Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party and the amazing anti-war rally Saturday. Hi, I'm David Sponheim. I know that a lot of you have been watching our show for some time and you haven't had an opportunity to chat with us. You now have an opportunity around the world to try to get into this chat room. We have been watching how this program that our government has called Echelon censors people coming into our chat rooms. Every time we come up with a new chat room, Echelon is trying to cut us off. So if you're hearing this for the first time, try to at least open the browser and get into it, because it is the only way you're going to be in that chat, because in a few minutes, Echelon will shut you down. We're pretty sure it's Echelon. It'll shut you down and ban your IP. And this is how nearly 4 million people, 4 million IPs have been banned, which means 50 to 100 million people are unable to get into our chat rooms. Now, if you really are going to help us, you're going to open up all this censorship and stop it. Stop the censorship. If the government's listening, stop the censorship now. You're stopping the American people from fixing a very bad situation. This political movement is fighting tooth and nail to stay alive against all odds. And I've been doing this for 8 years without a single penny of remuneration, because I'm doing this because I'm driven by principles. The very same reason why you're watching our show, because you're concerned about the future of this country. Now, Chat Room Celebrity, a person who comes in here all the time, just said that it took 40 minutes to get into a chat room at the Bond Network. And we know for a fact that yeah, right there, 40 minutes, a regular chatter took 40 minutes to get in today. 40 minutes of refreshing their browser. It's unbelievable. And it's really bizarre. It's bizarre because the website that we're getting our chat at has nothing but state-of-the-art equipment, purchased recently. It has ample server space, but they're purposely diverting the IPs of 4 million major connections, which is about a 50 to 100 million load, which is really, really weird. Yeah. So you've got domain tools out there for twitch.tv. Okay. Who is the record for twitch.tv? You can send abuse complaints. Mark Monitor Inc. is twitch.tv. Wow. We're not sure how connected Mark is to Twitch, because obviously Mark Vaughn took over some of the copy of the architecture of that site when he built the Vaughn site. And he's friends with the original maker of Justin TV, which became Twitch TV. So we're not sure how long we're going to be able to broadcast over there with new people. Dave, they didn't ban my IP, they banned my PP. Willie Pickles, hey man, Yerp is in. Yeah, so you're following me, JMR. We've got a new visitor from Angola. Yeah, we got people from all around the world trying to get in there right now. So this is a new dimension. We will be giving you new opportunities to chat as we go, because we're going to have to flex with the times, so to speak. So Justin Kahn is the creator, and he sold Twitch to Amazon.com. And I got to tell you, all these mega corporations are connected to the elite group at the National Defense Hub, DoD. The CEO, the former CEO of Google, Eric Schmidt, now works at the Department of Defense. Now, all these other networks you think may be personally different in some ways, they're all connected at the top. Our government bought into these early on and purchased large sectors of stocks in Google and Facebook and Twitch, Twitter. It's all completely dominated by government intrusion. So we have as much censorship in America as you are having in China. Many of you are watching us from your UHF connection. Hello from Egypt. You made it in. Hi. Good evening. Guest 732 is in Egypt. Yeah, they're trying to stop any type of new political movement in America because they're frightened about it. They're frightened about what it could do. You see, these are the elitists that have controlled the destiny of mankind for centuries. And the one thing they never planned on was anybody jumping on the internet at the very last minute to try to save humanity or save America. And we definitely want to do that. We want to help the world. We want to help the environment. We want to make sure that people have clean water and clean air. We want to stop the horrible things that are going on, like chemtrails. And if you're one of those people that believes chemtrails is just condensation, You need to look a little deeper. Go to geoengineeringwatch.org and find out. The people who do the deep studies have all the valid information for you to look at right now. We'll show you clips tonight about all the different things they're doing to pollute the skies and change the weather. But that's also another war that's being assaulted on our country. We're being attacked. America's being attacked slowly. The chemtrail activity has created a drought in California and now a flooding in California. Everything's haywire. So if the government wants to tell us that global climate change is happening and Donald Trump wants to deny it, he's so in the dark it's unbelievable. He went to California and said that there was no drought. And we've lost 100 million trees in California. They're already dead. Got some crap on my hair over here. Yeah, it's still drying. I was in the shower earlier. Willie Pickles. Okay, let's take a look. There was a death in Russia. The man who apparently was the KGB agent that brought us the dossier, the 35-page dossier that claims that Trump has sex tapes on him, that they're going to use it to blackmail him. The former KGB general who helped the MI6 spy compile the Donald Trump dossier, who has been found dead in the back of his car amid claims of a Kremlin cover-up. Oleg Irovinkin was found dead on Boxing Day in the back of his black Lexus. The morgue in Russia has not reached a conclusion about the cause of death. Local media is claiming foul play was at the center of him being killed in Moscow. It has been claimed Erovinkin is a key source mentioned in the explosive dossier. So basically, Putin denied the dossier existed, but the guy who was responsible for it in Russia is now dead. So what does that tell you? That means that Putin is lying. And they're trying to cover it up and make sure nobody talks. But they've got the dirt on Donald Trump, and they're going to try to use it and blackmail him. And this is why I've been saying that Donald Trump is a national security risk. And it's up to Congress to really move on this. And if they don't move on it, we're in trouble. Let me go to that link you just sent in. Thank you, Willie. Willie Pickles. I'm sorry that page is unavailable. Let's see if we can get it. Nope. I'm sorry, Willie. You're going to have to send me a real link. Brit, thanks to MI6, was blackmailing Trump? No. You got it all wrong. No. MI6 has the dossier. They sent it. John McCain had it 5 months before the election. The FBI did not mention it. They mentioned all this opening investigation, criminal charges against Hillary. The FBI under James Comey, in my opinion, rigged the election too. Along with the New York Times, which published an article about Hillary. Actually, a cover page of the New York Times 5 days before the election happened. The New York Times said they were opening a criminal investigation of Hillary Clinton. So the New York Times was complicit. The director, James Comey, was complicit. Russia was complicit in rigging the election. Okay, I'll take a look at it now. Thank you. And we are back on Twitch, everybody. Dave, when the Russians come, I'll be prepared. I'm sure you're all ready. Yes, many of you are heavily armed. You know, Erdogan and the Caliphate, that's all part of a CIA plot to use Turkey to create the idea that ISIS exists. Right, all of this is completely hocus pocus. When the CIA had to pull their card, the Abbottabad card, in which Barack Obama had to cover up his fake birth certificate, a week and a half later they came up with the Abbottabad attack on the fake Osama bin Laden. And that person was never killed at that location. We have no video or pictorial proof that Osama bin Laden ever died at that location. We have, however, the obvious pictures which do not match. There's no way you can say that Osama bin Laden has two faces, and one's younger than the other when one's supposed to be older than the other. So I only have to ask you simply, let's look at the pictures and say, you believe it or not. So I'm going to show you both pictures right now of Osama bin Laden, and you compare which one is real and which one's the fake. And I can tell you the real one is this one. This is the real picture of Osama bin Laden. This was taken around 2000. We know that's him. But take good, real close look at their faces, and you decide for yourself. But I can assure you, there is no picture of Osama bin Laden's dead body. So the entire attack on Abbottabad was a cover-up operation. And the CIA agents that actually were, covering it up at the time also needed to get rid of the SEAL Team 6 that actually did the job. And they ended up botching the job because they crashed a helicopter. I'm fairly certain many people died on the ground that day. The government covered that up too. Okay, here's the imposter. And I can adjust their faces a little bit for you to actually get a better angle. You've never seen this before, really? Okay, I'm glad I give it to you. It's random. Oh, I see it. You don't like the color? Okay. Let's see what we got here. We're going to go back on a... There we go. Okay. Now, I can tell you that the lips are definitely different. The size of the lips are definitely different. These lips right here are demure, kind of like... And the other lips are more full. Over here. The real Osama bin Laden had more full lips. I don't think the aspect ratio changed. But the real telltale sign is this guy closest to me is supposed to be 10 years older, and he looks 10 years younger. And he's wearing makeup. Osama bin Laden would never, ever wear makeup. The arches on this eyebrow right here are different slightly, but close. But what's really important, and I think the big distinction here for all of you who have a problem with making visual comparisons, is what appears to be a line in their nose. Let's see if I have the ability to... This line right here, apparently this program is not actively working properly, so I've got a screen issue here when I started up the program. This line is more of a sharp turn, and this is more of an oblique turn. But the nose is definitely different. And I don't have to belabor the point to make you realize that this is seriously a problem. When they put a fake Osama bin Laden in there, they claim that they drop his body off the Carl Vincent in the North Arabian Sea. No one has any pictures of the body dropping in the water. Yet there's 4,000 people on the Carl Vincent. Not one of them had a digital camera. That's suspicious. So we have to assume that all of this was a massive cover for the election fraud that Barack Obama engaged in when he fraudulently claimed he was a U.S. citizen. Okay, well, some of you people believe that this guy is Obama, but that's ridiculous. Well, let's be clear. All right, so we can move on from here. So we've been lied to on all these different levels about bin Laden. But the bottom line I was trying to make was that when they got rid of Osama bin Laden, they needed to get rid of Al-Qaeda. They needed to claim that, well, now the leader of Al-Qaeda was gone, so now Al-Qaeda was pretty much, just taken out. So they came up with a simpler name, ISIS. And about 4 years ago, three years ago, the Caliphate started. Actually, 4 years ago. And the Caliphate was just a CIA plan to create this, the belief that these people are out to get us, and they're still forming all around the world, and they're coming to get you. Making us fear the Caliphate and fear the ISIS forces. Propaganda videos are put out. Many people don't realize this, but the propaganda videos actually were funded by the government. They paid PR firms to put together green screen beheadings. And a lot of those happened about, I'd say 2 years ago. You remember all those green screen beheadings? Some of them were so hokey you could tell they were 7 foot tall. It was just bizarre. The whole ratio was wrong. They were about as bizarre as this picture. This isn't Barack Obama, this is a caricature. But what we have here is a caricature of a country that has lied and pretended like terrorism is the big thing. We have to all be fearful of it. So that's how they basically created the world that we have today, which is right on the edge of World War III at all times. Hang on. Yeah, I'm going to have to change the aspect ratio of this because it's not good. Yeah. I'll have to figure out where that is on the function. Okay. Nope, I don't have any crap on my tie. It's just a purple tie and everything looks good. What are the immigration policies from the places these people are coming from? Can I go there and get freebies? No, but people around the world can take courses on how they can make money on the social welfare system in America. Dave's skid looks so smooth. That's very nice of you. Do you have Amazon Prime? If you don't have a Twitch subscription, maybe it's due to that. Andy, it's not due to anything, but they're trying to knock our site down. People that are coming in right now are probably hitting IP blocks right now. They're already on it. Yeah, people are trying to get into the Twitch channel are already probably getting IP blocked across the world. So we'll be coming up with another channel and yet another channel until we can figure this out. Trump orders blocks immigrants at airports, stoking fear around the globe. Yep. This is another new development. Trump is trying to create nothing but havoc, and his goal is essentially to do the work that Obama couldn't do. Obama was too much of a nice guy. The elitists needed some sort of a flip, so flinging the pendulum all the way to the right wing and creating a fascist leader like Trump gives them the ability to now implement draconian-style attacks on our airports. Trump's order blocks immigrants at airports, stoking fears all around the world. You know, our goals in America could easily be resolved by not just blocking airports, but providing alternative landing pads. Now, you notice he doesn't have any alternative landing pads at Ellis Island constructed. I would have at least offered an alternative place for jets to land. Ellis Island, there's a couple of islands. Plum Island, Long Island is available. Ellis Island is available. We could easily monitor the immigration flow much like we did at the turn of the century. No different. No, he was talking about the crown thing I have next to my name, Dave. It's because I connected to my Amazon Prime to my Twitch account, which gives me the Twitch Prime access. Okay, gotcha. So it's a little crown they're putting on the Twitch people over there. Okay, good to know. So this is happening. President Trump's executive order on immigration quickly reverberated across the United States and the world on Saturday, slamming the borders shut for an Iranian scientist headed to a lab in Massachusetts, a Syrian refugee family headed to a new life in Ohio, and countless others. Around the nation, security personnel at major international airports had new rules to follow, though the application of the order appeared uneven. Humanitarian organizations delivered the bad news to overseas families that had overcome the bureaucratic hurdles previously in place and were all set to travel. And refugees already on flights when the order was signed on Friday found themselves detained upon arrival. We've got reports of people being detained all over the country, said Becca Heller, the director of International Refugee Assistance Project. They're literally pouring in by the minute. So he's creating a crisis without having a solution. A typical bad move of a bad leader who hasn't put any kind of a safety net in place. It doesn't get worse than this. I mean, we could take this down, mark it up to your own mistake. They're all basically, at this point, going to be sent home. So we're going to deal with that. They're going to go through hell. Trump could care less. Again, no safety net in place. No way of dealing with a crisis. A doctor waits for the plane carrying his wife, a Syrian refugee, to the land. Okay. People are being separated. People who should be getting together with green cards and had already been in place are now facing a problem. This is not something you implement immediately. You have to have a backup in place, and sending people back at home on a plane is about the only thing we got in place right now. And I'm sure that that's going to cost the industry money because, no one's going to have money to go back home after flying across the country. So they're going to have a free ride back home. Sayed Salem's wife is on a flight from Turkey to Dulles that is scheduled to land 7 p.m. tonight. Salem, a physician at Washington Hospital, has no idea what's going to happen when she gets off the plane, but he knows what the worst case scenario is. The worst case scenario will happen, actually, she's going to go back to Turkey, and then in Turkey she'll go back to Syria, and she can't do that, Salem said by phone. He asked Jezebel not to use his wife's name. Salem says he and his wife left Syria about 2 years ago. The Jezebel is the website, Jezebel.com. He and his wife left Syria about 2 years ago. When he came to D.C. to practice medicine on a German visa, his wife stayed in Turkey, eventually gaining a J2 visa to join him in the States. She's been on the flight almost 10 hours, almost from the beginning of this, he said, referring to the ripple effect emanating from Donald Trump's executive order titled Protecting the Nation from Foreign Terrorist Entry in the United States. It's just basically stopping all refugees. I would have had a plan in place to deal with this. I would not have implemented it without having everything ready to go. Another landing pad, another place to process people, and a large staff of people, not the small staff that they have at New York Kennedy Airport. All right, you got a real problem, buddy. You're going to have to go back to prison. Trump order will block 500,000 legal U.S. residents from returning to America from trips abroad. So legal U.S. residents are going to have a problem getting back into the country. 500,000 of them are going to have a problem. This is exactly what a crazy maker this guy is. You Trump-tards asked for it. Not only do we have Russia contaminating the election and pretty much inside the White House now, we don't have any deals struck with Putin, and we've got confusion everywhere. Mexico is really in a turmoil with the peso declining. Canada doesn't know what to do with Trump. Theresa May wants to kiss his ass and make peace and have some trade agreement with England, and I have no problem with that. You can kiss his ass anytime she wants. Okay, yeah, it's going to be bad. It doesn't look good. Banning newcomers from 7 countries from entering the next 90 days. The president used language that will affect those who are in the U.S. already on visas and green cards. Here we go. Get ready. I don't need to bow down to anybody. What if it's a wall to keep you in? That's a good question, 611. Yeah. I'm more concerned about protecting our country from a large population increase down south of the border. It wasn't a personal animosity or animus I feel toward anyone who's born south of the border. It's just dealing with a large population increase. Part of it's due to the Catholic ethos of having babies. And people down in South America and Mexico want to have a lot of babies. And it's affecting our country. And that's one of the reasons why you're seeing this reactionary Donald Trump implement my ideas in a very abrupt way. Not very intelligent, I must say. But he wants to be known as a person of action. Well, you get the result of that, chaos. New mercury threat to oceans from climate change. Wow, dead fish on the screen. Trigger warning. Rising temperatures could boost mercury levels in fish by up to 7 times the current rates. They've discovered a new way to which warming increases levels of the toxin in sea creatures. They found that extra rainfall drives up the amount of organic material flowing into the seas. This alters the food chain, adding another layer of complex organisms which boost the concentrations of mercury up the line. It's one of the most toxic elements, yeah. Well, considering they're fluoridating us in our water stream, I'm not, as concerned about mercury. I've got to stop the fluoridation of people right now. You like my morning show? I don't have a morning show. Echelon is now paid for by Donald Trump. Wow. Okay, so he's using the power of Echelon to knock us off the net. Let's see how many people we have in here. They're on ice for a reason. Trigger warning, trigger warning. Somebody created an account called Vaughn Staff. That's pretty funny. All right. I've thought about buying a boat. Yeah, I have. I've got my eyes on an outboard. Sure. Problem is, when you buy a boat, you want to look for a toilet. So if I go to Craigslist right now and look for boats in my area, let's see what I got here. Craigslist. They have a boat category. Yeah. By owner, by dealer, all boats. Let's check it out. We've got ocean all around us. Okay, I kind of want, not the newest, I want the price to be the lowest. So let's see what we can get. I can get a dinghy. I can get an old raft. I got to upgrade here. Canoe. $220 for a canoe. Now these are kind of cool, but again, there's no bathroom in here, and it's $350. It's an Avon inflatable. That's kind of nice. No. Jet ski. I can't really carry a lot of people on a jet ski. No. Whoop. There you go. But it doesn't meet my category of cabin cruiser. It's not good enough. I need something with an outboard engine. That's kind of cool. This has a called Sea Bash. It has a little place down there where you can put a little porta potty. See that? That's absolutely essential when going on a large voyage. Yeah, for $999, you can get in the Renell Cubby cabin cruiser. It's pretty nice. For $999, it's got old upholstery from 1975. Yeah. Oh my God. See, that's the problem with that. You don't want that. That's a mess. That'll take you forever. I know a guy who got an inboard diesel. He ended up going to school to repair it. He took a year long just studying diesel repair just to figure out how it works. Now you want to get your 4-stroke engine one that gets better gas mileage. These Achilles are great, very lightweight. I've counted at least 15 ideas 530 that Trump has taken from me. Yeah, that looks like a little cute little one. $1,200. An Achilles is super nice, but you got to worry about these things. And again, no bathroom. This is just to scuttle out of the area, get to shore. It's a real quick solution. Keep it tethered. You can even put this in the back of your truck. That's pretty nice. Those are nice. For $1,200, that's a good deal. I know. Well, buy an outboard, easy to steal a new one in the apocalypse, yeah. Ooh, this is a Glastron 76. Let's see what this is. That's kind of cool, but there's not a lot of pictures. We're just looking at boats. Somebody said, "Are you going to buy a boat to, take a trip on the ocean?" I don't really. Those Glastrons are nice. It's fiberglass. Sarah's going to manage the chat room over there. So you think I should set it up for oceanic travel? Let's keep going here.
So 3 things. 1, when you take a break. 1, I poured all the milk in the small cup and I put a plate on top of it, upside down.
Cool.
So if you see a plate upside down, there's milk under there.
All right.
2, I put the soup that you made in containers and put it away, except the soup bowl needs...
Where'd you put it? In the refrigerator?
Somewhere in the freezer, somewhere in the fridge.
Wow. That's
couple
huge.
in the fridge, most in the freezer.
Okay.
And then 3, you can feed Amber.
Oh, I can feed Amber. Okay, great.
That's it.
She's getting hungry. Yeah, this looks like a good one, but it's I don't know. It's like a little cabin in there. It's like a little. Yeah, you could have a stove in there, and that's not bad. But again, it's a fixer-upper, an inboard. Forget it. You want something you can mount an outboard to it and actually have a 4-cylinder engine. Okay, I'm not streaming at Twitch. Yes, we are.
Hello, JMR. I'm behind this boat thing.
Yeah, we are streaming at Twitch.
I am.
We are streaming at Twitch. Yeah. You dreamt of...
It's at twitch.tv/America.
America third party. It's not America's third party. It's America third party. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if you have nothing to do and lots of time, that's a sweet little 15 horsepower 4-cylinder right there, that Honda. But look what they want, $2,000. That's $2,000 for that engine. That's pretty high. I mean, if you can get an engine already on a boat.
Oh, everybody wants to see you, though.
Everyone wants to see our kitty cat. Oh, here comes the scratches. Let's take a look at the Sea Ray here. For $2,000.
I don't know if I.
Look at how clean that is. Look at that. It's got a little cabin and a little place down below. See, you've got a little toilet in there. So you can put a porta potty in there. Oh, isn't that cute?
Cool.
Oh, if it only was an inboard or an outboard. Yeah. They're hiding the fact it has an engine. Rebuilt trailer and new interior needs motor work.
Yes.
Yeah.
The motor.
So if you have plenty of time on your hands, this is a great way of killing it. You know, since I've got an entire show to do, I'm killing as much time as I can. That doesn't have a cabin in it. It's more of a fish trawler. These are really industrial boats. They're used by fishermen all the time. For $2,500, this is a steal. This is a steal. Wow. Holy moly. A 2013 Thunderjet Furniture New. New unused soft top with hardware, bench seats, pedestals, modified after purchase new. Complete set will refresh your older Okay. He's just selling the seats for $2,500. He's not selling the unit. Yeah, the furniture. That unit would sell for $25,000.
I was going to say.
Yeah. I was going to say, yeah.
He's just going to sell furniture.
So you can tell I really like doing this. The Honda 4-stroke, 90 horsepower with the boat. What's the boat look like? He's looking to trade his 90 horsepower outboard for a smaller motor, 20-inch shaft. Riveted aluminum is no good, it leaks. Okay. I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to show you anything below my pants. Everyone wants to see my pants.
Not yet, 530. I don't think.
Inflatable boat? No. Get out the water? No. Again, we need a cabin and an outboard here. Nice big boat? No. That's an inboard. Here's an outboard, but no cabin. Wait till I get to 5,000 or 6,000 when I start to see a cabin and an outboard. 1991 Swirl Cubby cabin. Aha, I found one. Ta-da. Look at that little cubby cabin. Yeah, what's in the cubby cabin? A nice seating, too. Okay. 1991 Swiss Swirl Cubby cabin, 150 horsepower Merc. Not the it's a great engine, oftentimes leaks internally in the rings. The Hondas are better, the Kawasaki's are slightly better. If Mark is going to spend $45,000 on ads on a NASCAR show, Mark is basically living off of us. I take no money in, he's censoring us, it's sick what he's doing.
Are you going to go down there? All right, bye.
Go to the missed connections of your Craigslist? What's that? Well, I think this is a pretty cute little cubby, Sea Swirl, for $4,500. That's not bad. And the trailer looks brand new. Does it include the trailer? Okay, I think we're done looking for boats since I found what I could inevitably get. It'd be a little teeny little putter for about $5,000, but it wouldn't have the right motor on it. But it's a fiberglass base is good, lightweight. I am on Twitch. You can get me at America Third Party right now, folks. If you don't see it on the screen, there's something wrong with your eyesight. This is our account for Twitch. We just opened this channel. Check us out. If you can't get into our chat here, try the chat over there. Sarah's monitoring it right now as we speak.
And I'm also going to be monitoring our YouTube chat.
Yeah.
I know it's difficult because it's not just third party or America's third party. So.
Now I have a little problem with the screen. When we opened this up, it defaulted. So
to what?
To this big screen, and I'm trying to change the perspective of it, and I think it's over here.
Yeah, there. See, it pops up over here.
Oh, gotcha. So I'm going to go to this right here.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Didn't take. Hang on just a second. I'm trying to get this. Okay, let's try this. See?
Yeah,
It's kind of stuck. It's not even working. Okay. Why not? Okay, we have to activate guest chat over there.
Okay, so can someone tell me how?
We're going to have to learn how to activate guest chat.
All right, I'm working on it.
You know, I don't care what Mark is doing with all the money he's making from censoring me. So do you mind not telling me? I really could care less, but thanks. The USS Natalie Wood. That would be a really weird name for a boat. Yeah, there's a free boat in San Francisco. Nobody wants it. Check this out. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, it's just sitting in the back of Castro Valley. Some man who must have, ended up breaking up from his lover. Or I'm just kidding. Castro Valley. Okay, we've got. Wow. See, there you go. Will it take an outboard? We're on our way. Okay, I'm going to get in the car right now and drive down and get it. What do you mean Twitch doesn't have guest chat? They don't have guest chat? Okay. No, the fact of the matter is, Vaughn has been making money by censoring us. Lots of money. And when we moved over here 5 years ago, we brought with us almost, I would say, 1 million viewers. Did he thank us? No. Miss Scruffy told us we had to abide by our rules. Seriously. And ever since then, he realized he had a cash cow because people were coming in from all over the world, and he didn't realize how he could monetize. So somebody came up with this idea of VIP. Well, it turns out he's using the VIP capacity server thing as a screen, a smoke screen, to censor you. So most of you have to hit refresh 500 times to get in here. At this point, Twitch has censored our other chat room, and they even banned us. So we have a new chat room under this new account, twitch.tv/America's Third Party. Mark is buying tons of stuff. He's made probably close to $1 million or more on censoring us. We have a feeling Trump is supporting him, but I don't know. I can't verify it. Yes, making money by censoring a third party is big money. Absolutely. With so much interest in us worldwide from the UHF traffic, 200 million viewers who want to come in and chat, they don't want them in here to chat. They want only certain people in America to come in here, and they even open gateways to trolls from 4chan. So trolls from 4chan can come in here and post their, hookup sites for their gay sex. That's if they want to have gay sex, because we're not saying anything nothing bad about gay sex, because I have to be careful not to violate the TOS rules over there. Yeah, they said that you can ban somebody for homophobia, so I don't want to appear in any way homophobic. They did ban me, but it was a reckless hater that tried to take me out. Just some guy saying that I was using hate speech, and I was never using hate speech. So we contested it. It would be glorious. I mean, we have the potential. Once we open up some chat room for worldwide traffic, and with all the people participating, plus the voice-to-text translation that's going on around the world, the possibilities are enormous for us to start communicating on a worldwide level about issues that affect all of us, every human being on this planet. So this is a bigger chance for you to actually generate the buzz we need and the negotiations across the board with just average people on how we should proceed as a world group without having a new world order, without having a central government, without having a global takeover by elitists. You see, I believe in the nation-state model. And I believe the elitists want to break down all the barriers and all the borders. And they've got a lot of Democrats believing that, oh, no, we don't want countries. We should share and everyone should just come on in. Well, that's not working. And as you can see, people like Trump, reactionaries, fascists, end up pushing very dark plans and hurt people and instigate torture. And it's just, all we need is a good communication base between the countries so we can talk. And we don't even need the UN to do this. We just need people talking to people and sharing ideas. That's the first step to getting a real method. Okay, it just came in. Dave, I tried to log in on Twitch and it said shut down by the FBI. Look at this.
Why didn't you try logging in here to Vaughn Live to prove that you're a real person?
Well, he has logged in too.
He's a guest.
Yeah, let's see if you
log in there because they don't allow guests.
Dave, I tried to log in and Twitch said it's shut down by the FBI. Come on in as a username. You can get a username possibly here. But, they can't, they got to open up another tag, because if they do, keep your tag open here. As if you lose your tag as a guest, you could be hitting your refresh button for 5 or 6 hours. Yeah, some people are. Hey, partially rebuilt motor. Yeah, somebody didn't finish the job. It's such a pain in the butt to rebuild motors. But this Kawasaki right there is free in San Juan Capistrano for anybody who wants to fix their motorcycle. Talk about a can of worms. We're building a third-party live stream app in our minds right now. We've talked about actually getting an IRC server and building our own. It's the only way around it.
But
that revolves.
Do I want to spend money or time investing in that?
You think they're trying to block your millions of followers? You think so? Yeah. The Twitch channel is right on the screen if you can't see it. Right here, right in front of me. Should I put it lower so I could just right over my eyes?
Underneath the online.
How about
revolution.
That? Well, still, they blocked that on Vaughn. That whole area is dark on Vaughn.
Never mind.
I put it right there so people can see it.
Okay.
Yeah, anyway. No, not necessarily. You see, they can block our IP. So if they know our IP, they can shut us down at our IP. They can DDoS us. They don't know our IP right now. But if Vaughn were to release that to anyone, that would be a felony. Right now, at the most, Vaughn is violating free speech and fairness doctrine, equal opportunity, and equal protection under the law. He's violating the 14th Amendment, the First Amendment, and the fairness doctrine in trade. So far at this point, so you can get into Twitch. Good. Excellent. At this point, we're trying to work every angle we can to try to bypass their censorship. I don't want to sue anybody right now. We're building a political movement way ahead of greed. Greed is beyond, it's below us. We're way ahead of this. We're above the greed factor. I have never received a penny from all of this, and people like that. They like an honest man running for president. And that's exactly what I deliver. I've always been this way. I'm not materialistic. I'm the opposite of Trump. But I have the ideas that Trump has stolen to win the election. So it's very interesting. Yeah. So Twitch is okay? It's working? Yeah, for you. But what I'm trying to tell a lot of you Americans coming in here going, yeah, Twitch is working great. Yeah, everything's great. People around the world are not able to get in here to our show, either on the Vaughn chat room or on the Twitch chat room. I'm telling you, there are directed attacks at the intersection of IPs. All right. The deal is, MJS, I know this is really complicated for you to think about, but use your critical thinking ability, whatever's left of it. I know you don't have a lot, because you've struggled in our room to try to understand what we're talking about. Sorry to say it, man, but you just don't understand. Trump is paid to keep me here, like a caged animal. If he shuts me down, I go to another network, I bring millions of viewers over there, he gets nothing. He's paid to keep me here and control me. That's what he is. It's a simple plan. He makes money controlling us, limiting access to the show. Meanwhile, we're pushing for an anti-war rally here. And we're going to add you to the... I'm tell you what, I'm going to put you on mute, MJS. You're now on the ready for the permaban list. I'm putting a permaban list together. Beekman's on it. Duct tape is on it. You're going on it next. That's your last warning. Yeah, I got about 10 people on my permaban list. I unban all almost every day. Yep, he got new speakers from Trump and a PS4. No kidding. You know that for a fact, Wiggy? I'm going to put you on it too. Yeah. You think I'm fooling around? You think I want to sit here and just have you people come in and troll me every night when we need to make good, solid progress on figuring out what kind of a boat to buy to save the, to get off the island? I think we found it. Sarah, check it out. It's a large family dinner table that's been converted to an amazing boat. Now that is cool.
Oh, that's cute.
I really don't need a boat. I've got the dinner table.
Ingenuity.
Court temporarily blocks Trump's regime's immigration ban. Okay? The courts are going to try to Hey, I warned all of you about Trump. I warned even the Trump-tards, and you wouldn't listen to me. You kept saying, no, David, Trump's got better ideas. He's going to make it happen. No, Trump is using my ideas, but not implementing them properly because he doesn't have the mental acumen to make decisions quickly like I can. Trump spent days just figuring out whether Jared should tell him what to do. Now that he knows Jared should tell him what to do, he just sits there and goes, Jared, I need some help here. Could you press the enter button? I don't know which button that is. Jared Kushner is the son-in-law who's now the senior White House advisor. Talk about nepotism. Trump is breaking nepotism laws. He's selling cabinet posts to people like Betsy DeVos. He got a $9.5 million donation, and he's only allowed a $5,000 donation from Betsy. Can you imagine? Or a $10,000 donation from Betsy? He's willing to this is unbelievable, unprecedented. He's virtually cheating his way everywhere he goes. Court temporarily blocks Trump's regime's immigration ban. Wow. It's not even a string of information. Why even make a link out of it? It hasn't even developed into a string. I do need more coffee, and you need to talk to Sarah. So, Betsy's never never had education to teach. Betsy has no. Trump is never. First of all, let me explain something to you. 153 as I terminate you. Yeah, you basically don't understand that Trump can't sue anybody for slander. No public official can sue anybody for slander. Once you're president and you're in the public eye, you're no longer able to use those means. And by the way, you can't go to jail for slander. Just so you know, it's a civil crime if indeed you're found guilty of it. And that's if Trump was an average person that nobody knew. You need to read about intellectual property rights and how Donald Trump has stolen my ideas to become president. That's a lawsuit. That's a civil crime as well. Okay.
Yeah, well, David's not president. 996.
I hear you, dog milk. Should I look for some better boats here? Maybe we should go back to looking for boats. David needs to recharge his hydrogen cell battery. Good point. It does seem like my hydrogen cell has lost energy, Sarah.
I think your coffee cell.
I need to get some coffee in me. Thank you. I'll be back.
Oh, yes. You might be right, Mr. Exam. He says, has anyone noticed the powers that be went from a racial war to a gender war? Maybe it says, yeah, rent a vote if you want to use one. It's like, I know women are really, there's a lot of women that are anti-Trump. I'm a good, strong woman. I think that women do want a woman president eventually, but I have to say, Hillary was not it. Not it. Well, I'm not banned from Twitch. I think... Really? You want to know? I think that we had some trolls go in and flag our show for some reason. So... But... Oh, I'm already at Discord, aren't I? Hey, Mad Dog. Oh, I'll join in chats. Let me just go to general voice. Come in here to voice. Don't I do that? Voice connected. Is that right? Am I on? No, that didn't work. Voice connected. Well, am I on? I don't know, Mad Dog, if I'm on or not. You can let me know. You remember in school girls were way smarter than boys? That's because it's not necessarily that girls are smarter than boys. It's that the education system in general is built for the educational, how do I say this, for the intelligence of girls to shine. Like boys, there's some boys, their intelligence is more muscular and they're rough and tumble boys, and they shine on the football field, they shine in the wrestling room, and girls can shine in the books. And it's mainly because back in Mostly H2O, David doesn't like the way he talks. That's why. But education in general is like quiet activities, so... Well, at least I try not to send them out of the room, Maserati. I ask them to stand in the corner so they're not distracting to their neighbors. But I don't make them face the wall. They're still to face me. And I agree about DeVos. I'm not sold on her. What I say to any elected official, I encourage you to come and substitute in a classroom. Any classroom, take the classroom for the day. Hey, the teacher can even support you and be in the classroom if you really prefer. But come and teach. Pretend like the teacher's not there. And, just experience what you have to do in a day. I think there's some classrooms that they would be like, pay the teachers more. And other classrooms would be like, whoa, this is a dream. How did you do that? And most of that goes with training. Correct, 351. So I want to reach out right now and invite Betsy DeVos to actually come and teach in a classroom. I know, it's so sad when girls think that they're not as smart as boys. Girls are just as smart as boys. Yet, oftentimes they don't pursue STEM subjects on the scale of boys, but girls can definitely do that. Oh yes, my book is in the other room. You want me to go get it? Well, I know, I forgot to bring it in here tonight. But I have it. Oh, sorry, Mad Dog. I don't know what happened there. I'm just not sure how to do that, so I'm not sure how to work it all. You're 45 this year, it's soon past. When you were 13, you drove a speedboat on Lake Guardia in Italy. Glorious sunshine, fantastic experience, how fun. All right. We are not already in a war, some people think, even though we have not left Afghanistan yet. You've never seen a woman solve a simple mechanical problem? Women can solve mechanical problems. You just need to find a mechanical woman. I can solve some mechanical problems. I like those. My dad was a mechanic, recently retired. I actually turned some wrenches this year. I told David to take a picture of me turning a wrench. And that was more than once. Good nutrition leads to a well-developed brain. Yes, some of my students do bring me apples. None this year, though. Instead, they bring me chocolate because they know I like it better. No, actually, I think I have had a student bring me an apple this year. You can solve mechanical problems by calling AAA. Oh my goodness. Wait, so was that her solving a mechanical problem, locking you out of the house? No, 802, I don't think it's anything to do with that. Well, I used to sort my dad's wrenches, both the metric and the SAE. Yeah, mangoes are pretty good. I mean, there's a lot of big apples up here. I can change a tire. I can. Okay, I had to have a flat in order to learn how to change a tire, but now I can change a tire. I don't change it, Nick. It's always the same. Do you have something against women, 951? You have 4 barbecue spare ribs, 2 packets of Doritos, 5 cookies, a cup of tea, and you're watching Sarah on your computer screen. Life is good. Awesome, Father Christmas. You bet Sarah can take apart a V8 and put it back together again in less than an hour. I'm not going to say I could do it in less than an hour, and I'm not even going to say I've ever done that. I don't even know if I want to do that. But, yeah, I don't know about that. I could try. The thing is, I'm willing to try anything. Sarah, what would you do? Oh, if someone brought me a durian? Well, actually, we talked about durians this year, and I can't hear you, Mad Dog. Why can't I hear you? I know you're in with me. Maybe, oh wait, sorry, Mad Dog. It's because I muted my computer. I, yeah, I can hear you now.
Is this better?
It's not you, it was me.
Oh, okay.
I had my computer muted, so now I can hear you.
Okay, thanks, Sarah.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Better.
It's not you, it was me. So now you're gonna have to like mute me on either Vaughn Live or mute me on here, one or the other, so that you don't get the icky echo sounds. So I get the echo sounds, so I don't get the echo sounds. Here, one or the other, so that you don't get the icky echo sounds. So I get the echo sounds, so I don't get the echo sounds. Your mic is off? Maybe it's Dave's toupee. Okay, I gotta go like here and wait. Maybe it's Dave's toupee. Oh, here we go. Alright, took care of that. Let me go back in. Yes, I'm going to block it. Okay, good. Am I echoing?
Nope, you sound great now.
Okay, now I'm not echoing it with somebody else. Where is Dave? AFK, away from the keyboard.
Sound great now, Sarah.
I know I'm muted. Alright, awesome, Mad Dog. I know. No, I'm muted. I'm echoing. Why? Why am I echoing? Echo. Alright, awesome, Mad Dog. No, I'm muted. I'm echoing. Why? Okay, I know where I'm echoing. Just a sec. There we go. I got it. I had to mute myself on the Twitch stream. Alright. Yep. I don't think it was necessarily Dave's toupee, but I think Dave's toupee was making those naughty sounds. I need headphones for 2.8 audio. I'm just going to go without it, though. Alright, it works. It was just because I know my book's in the other room. David, can you get my book? No. David's doing other things. I should have brought my book in. I'll do that later tonight. If I'm muted on Twitch, they can't hear me. No, that's not necessarily true. Can you guys hear me on Twitch still? You can still hear me, correct? Yes. Okay, see, because I'm going through XSplit to broadcast to Twitch, but I'm watching Twitch to check out the chat. So I had to mute myself watching it so that I wouldn't get the echo. Got it. All right. Oh, you're funny. What do you mean? Spam. Muting the audio, I can't hear them. There's no one to hear on Twitch. I can watch their chat. It's not about hearing. But yes, I agree. On Discord, I muted them. Then I can't hear them. Which I did purposely mute someone and kick them or block them because I didn't want to hear what they had to say. Hello, Winchell. How are you tonight? Your name, Winchell, always it should remind me of Winchell's Donuts and Awesome Iced Coffee, which I don't drink it anymore, but I used to. But your name doesn't remind me of Winchell's Donuts. Your name reminds me of Winston Churchill for some reason. Whenever I see the name Winchell, I think Winston Churchill rather than Winchell's Donuts. Anyway. Winchell reminds you of that guy with the puppet? Which guy? Which one? Which guy with a puppet? Jim Henson? Or the guy with the puppet that looks like a skeleton? Well, not in my bedroom. I wouldn't lock myself in my inside till morning, but in my bedroom. There's not enough room to sleep in my inside. Sound is good. All right, thank you, Vaughn, staff, and everyone else. Ronnie, okay. Hi, Ronnie. Mitchell.
Rod's on.
Rod.
Hey, Sarah. Hey, Dave. How you doing?
Doing great, Rod. How are you? Good.
I'm very well. I just heard you guys have a new Discord.
Yeah, so our Discord is... So we have a channel, America's Third Party.
I'd love to get in on that.
I know.
Let me see if
I just wanted to make a comment on Trump. I think the amount of things that he has done in the last 10 days have been absolutely outrageous.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think the first thing you should do, David, when you get in power, is to put that guy in jail because he's a criminal.
What I've seen, Rod, is that he's selling the cabinet positions. Now he's stacked the swamp, and now he says that he doesn't want to allow lobbyists in the swamp, the same line that Barack Obama came up with, that he would never put lobbyists, people who lobby, in the cabinet. Basically, he reversed that. Barack Obama did the same thing. Trump's doing it, the exact same thing, right out of the playbook. So, cheating.
Obama did it in secret. Trump is doing it right out in the open.
Exactly.
That's the difference, right?
Boldly, exactly. Good point. Right in our face. He's putting billionaires, 5 billionaires. They say that his cabinet combined income or wealth is equal to 1/3 of the wealth of the entire nation in terms of our population.
Our username on Discord is Third Party, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes a
I'm
difference.
going to join your Discord, but I just wanted to say that, man, I am not happy with the current state of your country right now.
I know.
Like, he signed the laws to build a wall. He's canceled the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I mean, what the hell is this guy doing?
Well,
seriously.
He's not taking time, and even with this new refusal of refugees into the country, what that needs is a secondary backup plan, a safety net for people like Ellis Island, developed with a landing pad and storage areas and all kinds of medical support. None of that is in place. He's creating a lock jam situation at Kennedy and other major areas that bring in people who've already made these plans for years to come here and have green cards set up. This guy is creating an international crisis right now. And with nothing in place as a backup, he's acting off the cuff. Everything is knee-jerk. It's just the worst thing you could ever imagine. He doesn't have the intelligence to plan this out, and he's going to have to pay for the price with the failure of his administration to respond to the outcry. It's going to be bad. It's not good. 2 million people in New York right now. 2 million people in New York.
He's not going to pay for it, Dave.
Yeah.
All of you guys are going to pay for it, not him.
Well, yeah, you're
because
right.
He has no culpability for his decisions. He cannot be, there's no repercussion. He can do whatever he wants, and I feel really sorry for your country right now.
I know. Well, look at the bright side. Look at the bright side, Rod.
I'm going to let you go.
Yeah, okay. Just remember, there are a lot of people moving into your country right now. You're getting more population from America every single day. People are asking for a record number of visas and passports to get the heck out of America. It's amazing. But
you know what? The more the merrier. You are all welcome up here. We got a prime minister right now who's going to legalize pot. You can come up here and smoke your brains out.
Well, we might have that here too. Jeff Sessions said he might actually be hands off on this issue, so we might actually have full legalization in 4 years here. So we'll catch up to you guys by 2020 for sure.
Well, that's the only thing you can count on to make this feel better for you guys. Anyway, thanks for taking my call. I'm going to let you go.
Okay.
Good luck, Dave.
Thank you, and check for the Discord link.
I just put in
check for the Discord link.
Discord. I just put in a thing called. I'm in as a guest, that's why. But I just put .gg, and then the others is the
I got
Discord
your link, man. I got your link.
Gotcha. Okay, he got the link to get in. Okay, take care, Rod. Thanks for calling.
Thank you. Bye now.
All right. So that was the link, guys, to get into Discord.
So you do .discord. All right, bye. Discord, and then that .gg R6HNC.
We have an article. Trump order will block 500,000 legal U.S. residents from returning to America from trips abroad. A federal judge is looking at it. This is the thing we have in front of us. Trump orders blocks of airports, stoking fear around the globe. And then Trump order will block 500,000. And I don't have the article about the judge. Documents are surfacing proving that Michelle Obama never gave birth to Malia and Sasha. This story has been in our show for 8 years. I've been talking about how we've had an illegal president born in Kenya, and the American people have been forced to believe that somehow that's just not true, but it is true. And worse than that, these kids aren't even his or Michael's. And Michael is a dude. Obama's gay, and the American people have been deceived. I'm sorry, but that's the reality. If you disagree, I humbly have to disagree with you. I've got pretty good evidence that Michelle is a woman. No, or man. Sorry. A man. Thank you. I'm the first birther presidential candidate, in case you're wondering. I started this whole thing 8 years ago with the Broken Saint Obama's impersonation. And I've been talking about the lies coming out of Obama for years. But we're now dealing with Trump, which is even worse. And Rod made a good point. This guy's doing the same thing that Barack Obama did, claiming that he would never put lobbyists in the cabinet. He's doing that, out in the open. He put 5 billionaires with all kinds of power and connections, and really the big, huge heavyweights in the corruption area of government because they have so much money. He put them in cabinet positions. And the worst case scenario is he may have sold some of those cabinet positions, which is exactly what Rod Blagojevich tried to do in Illinois that cost him 2.5 years, 3 years in jail now. So we'll be setting up the criteria for a charge against Barack Obama for selling the Secretary of Education position. It's absolutely an effrontery to our process that we have here that somebody would sell a cabinet position, regardless of the fact that she has no knowledge of education. It's an embarrassment. And the fact that she has no knowledge of education is a side note. The fact that she's a billionaireess and married to an Amway executive and whose brother runs Blackwater, XE, it's called XE, which is a known group of government contractors which were charged with the death of 17 people in Iraq during the Iraq War. I mean, let's not forget what's going on here. He not only stacked the swamp, he added steroids to it and possibly growth hormone. So, yeah, it's really bad. And now he's claiming he would never do that. Completely lying to your face.
David Nation joining us.
We're not talking about Obama, we're talking about Trump. And Trump following in the same pathway to Obama. I'm talking about Obama being born in Kenya because the only way our country is going to repeal Obamacare, and I've been saying this for over 2 years now, the only way we're going to repeal Obamacare is to actually get rid of the history of Barack Obama. Erase him from the history books. So once he's charged with fraud, and we prove it, we prove that his 2 kids are not even his or Michael's, and that we've been defrauded, our entire country's been lied to. Once we prove that, we can just write Obamacare off and go back to 2004 and the laws that applied in 2007 before Obama took office. It's that simple. And we'll save automatically $400 to $500 billion on our health care. And all the doctors will have to roll their prices back to 2007. It's a simple plan. But really, doctors are charging too much. Absolutely. No. You see, Obamacare was never ever designed to be a public option. All we've got to do is replace it with a public option, which has been my point all along. That the government gets involved in producing health care, we can reduce the cost substantially. I mean, in a big way. So we don't just repeal Obamacare, we offer you a better alternative. $50 a month for full health care and dental care at any public or nonprofit hospital. It's incredible. And we always offer an alternative. You see, like right now, Trump is not offering a place for people to go to land their vehicles. He's not taking any new landings anywhere else in any other. Basically, LaGuardia and Kennedy are like backed right now. And people are waiting, and there's hover patterns of jets right now, not understanding what they're going to do. So instead of landing them at another island with a landing pad that was pre-constructed, with a plan, with health care and all kinds of nice facilities for people to live in, this guy is all off the cuff, completely knee-jerk reaction to what's going on. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's simply implementing ideas willy-nilly, and it's going to cost our nation. I talked to a doctor, Dr. Ryan from Oklahoma, who's put together a $40 a month plan with medical and dental. And he's a direct pay guy, and he has a great idea. Thank you. Yeah, I do know what's going on in New York City. It's terrible. I know. Welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks for coming in. Hopefully we'll find some sanity in the mix of all this. A FedEx driver saves an American flag. Is that worth looking at? Let's take a look. I'm going to click on this link and put it over there on top of my boat selection. Thank you for spending so much time in the show, Sarah. This is awesome. Getting a lot done.
Here.
You put this on the screen.
Get out of here. All you guys. You fucking retard. I'm with this guy. No, this is not. Get out of here. Move. That's not freedom. That's treason, man. That's fucking burning the flag. The opportunity, the clothes you have on your back was provided that flag. It's fucked up right now. I don't agree with Trump. No. But this shit is not how you unite a country. That's not our job.
You let the Illuminati run the planet, man?
Get college educated, guys.
One world government?
Burn it.
Yeah.
Get out! Let's go! Get out of here! All you guys! Back off! Back off! Back off! What? Go, dude. Hey, don't fucking assault me! You know what? You don't like it, get the fuck out! What? Yeah? Want me to fucking your FedEx fucking you displayed tremendous privilege and move the fucking Canada? Get back in your truck. Great! Fucking great! No, man, I'm gonna fight fucking fascism here!
Yeah, let's just everybody just come around here if you're not burning your face.
Yeah, they did just say the Illuminati. No, this is not... Look, the Illuminati is just recently being uncovered. You guys need to get with the program. More and more people are realizing our government's being controlled by mobsters. And if you think otherwise, you just don't understand. The American people are pissed off. I don't support burning the flag. But you can see the anger and the animus and the angst involved in what's going on. People are fed up and they don't like Trump telling them what to do. Now, you Trump-tards should have planned this out a little bit better when you realized that Trump didn't win the popular vote. You want it your way or the highway, you're going to get it their way, the people's way. And that's really what's going down. And there's not much we can do but watch. Now, I don't urge violence, and I want everyone to realize that gathering together in large groups could cost you your life. So realize this has got to be an online revolution if we really want to make it work. But I admire the fact that people are out there fighting for their country, for one, protecting their flag. And other people are protesting their anger, but I don't support burning the flag. All right. Look, I'll tell you something about winning votes. I won 4,200 votes in my area against all odds. And they slandered me in foreign press in my area. They called me names. And they didn't even listen to my policies. I've been censored on the media. They stole 90% of our signs. We drove around in the 2014 election and put up signs every day. 150 signs across this area, and 90% of them were taken. We have about 11 signs in a box that we retrieved from our campaign. They stole our big ones. We had 4-foot signs that Sarah and I spent hours working on. They were just knocked down and stolen within a half an hour of us putting them up. This entire local area conspired against a third party from the powers of corrupt people. People right now who are wasting our tax dollars on wasteful spending in government. The Democrats, where I live, are literally $80 billion in debt. The state is. And it's not getting any better. So yeah, we got a lot of things to talk about tonight. But more importantly, we don't need to have a man like Trump starting a war. And a civil war is the worst war of all. And he's possibly starting wars everywhere else, with China, with Russia. Trump-tards put America in great risk because they put a man who's greedy in the White House. The worst possible combination. It's going to be a national security risk for our country in the next 4 years. So strap in, get ready, and sit back, and hopefully you're going to be okay. Well, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in a half an hour or so.
Thank you so much. Take your time.
Yes,
Yeah, an hour is fine. An hour is fine. We are getting your help right now. The fact that we've got people around the world telling everybody about us, that we've had viewers across the globe, in every part of the globe, Indonesia, Asia, New Zealand, Melbourne, we're number 1 in Melbourne and Sydney. The fact that we've got people all over the world who are talking about us gives us political clout at this point. And it's exactly what I want. It's exactly what we need. I feel a lot more vindicated this year than I've ever felt in this election, the ongoing election. You know, I want to be running in 2020. I really do. But I can tell you something. Committing that goal to paper at this point is a little tricky. You know, I've got about 3 years to really fully decide if I really want to lead this nation as it's virtually breaking down. Now, I would have loved to have been your president in 2008. When I did the Broken St. Obamas video, my goal was to actually break the media, get in there, and get fair press in the American press, but I haven't gotten any. So we need something to kind of shake this up. What I'm concerned about is that we can carry enough of this inertia overseas to the point where we reach critical mass and somebody is brave enough in the media in America, willing to lose their job, mind you, because the 2 women that actually talked to me in my front yard with Beta SP cameras interviewing me are now no longer working there. They were fired. It's a dangerous thing to take on an interview with me because obviously people in the media are being threatened that if you interview David Sponheim, it's a job ender. That's one of the reasons why we haven't had any contacts from journalists around the world or around the country. I'm serious. And we talked about a guy who just lost his life, one of the best journalists out there. I think it was a heart attack weapon used against him. This guy had 3 prior heart attacks, but he talked about how the media is essentially controlled. And the foreign press literally is working for the CIA.
Well, I've been a journalist for about 25 years, and I was educated to lie, to betray, and not to tell the truth to the public. But seeing right now, within the last months, how far how the German and American media tries to bring war to the people in Europe, to bring war to Russia. This is a point of no return, and I'm going to stand up and say it is not right what I have done in the past.
Now, what he did essentially was he was the writer that wrote all the stories about Libya that led us to start attacking Muammar Gaddafi and ending up killing him, and he was sodomized with a knife. No justice for Muammar Gaddafi, and as Americans, we just sat back and watched. And then we saw what happened in Libya continue to happen up in Syria. And the same Benghazi situation that happened down there, the rockets that were going to be sent into Libya, 600 rockets ended up going into Syria in the hands of rebel forces, which triggered this whole thing. So he came out and said, look, I've had 3 heart attacks, he said. These are his final words. He just died a few days ago.
I have no children, so if they want to bring me ever again. But I think it's worse that the truth will come out one day. The truth won't die. And I I don't mind what will happen. I've had 3 heart attacks. I have no children. So if they want to bring me to court or to prison, so it's worse for the truth.
So he has passed away. That's the end of him. One reporter after another are going to be terminated if they continue reaching out and talking about what's really happening. I don't think many of you realize how serious the problem is. They've been over 52 reported cases of doctors, holistic doctors, who've gone against the vaccine industry, have died recently. He did love life, and he gave his heart to his job. He's one of the best journalists out there, and we'll never, ever remember. Do you really think Russia Today is Russia state-owned? Yes, I do. Russia Today is a propaganda site. Let me explain something. Russia wants you to realize that you're being lied to. But they have a secret goal to win you over to their side. And apparently they won Trump over. Yeah. And now Trump is in Russia's essentially back pocket with these sex tapes in the hands of some Russian mobster. Putin claims he didn't know anything about it, but the guy who ended up handing those sex tapes to the MI6 contact that created this dossier, he's dead. Russia announced that he died mysteriously. So something's not right. When people start dying left and right, like reporters of this magnitude, Odie's magnitude, I would not be physically meeting Putin. We wouldn't meet eye to eye. We'd simply talk through telepresence. I would develop a relationship with him that would be as casual as I could possibly develop, but I don't want to be his friend. You see, I'm very hesitant to make friends, and much like the Russians are too. Yeah, the trust but verify. So his agenda, though, really is about basically expanding the expansion of Soviet Union, which in terms of how they operated at one time, in a way, the Russia today is more like a kind of a hands-off, laissez-faire Soviet Union. They still want control of their satellite nations, and he still has a great deal of pride. That much I do know about Putin. His father was the taste tester that prevented Stalin from being poisoned. His father put himself out there to test food, that he could have been poisoned at any time, and he watched his dad. Every single time he looked at his dad eat food, he knew that his dad could die. I mean, think about it. There's a serious disconnect for a young man who's like that. Another person who was really, really affected was Barack Obama. You know, in some of those dark places that he went to, he reached out to some communist organizers, and Frank Marshall Davis was there to help be his dad. So Frank Marshall Davis came up with a really kind of molded the young Barack into being the commie that he is. Now it turns out Barack liked boys or other men, and he became involved with a young Pakistani in 1981 in Occidental, who turned him on to the CIA. When I went to Occidental for orientation, because I was accepted at Occidental, I didn't go because I couldn't afford to go, but a young man named Barack could. Well, basically the CIA was looking for people, looking for recruits. So they found Barack, and Barack, when I went to the career office, the big sign on the wall said, yeah, the CIA is recruiting immediately. If you speak Farsi or Indonesian or any Middle Eastern dialect, please contact them. And I was like, the first thing you saw at the career center, it was the weirdest thing. And I just like, whoa, that's huge. I had no idea they'd be, soliciting people right there in the university. But I think Barack Obama became a CIA agent at that time, and he was protected all the way through his ascension to the presidency. He's had a lot of professional training. That's why he speaks eloquently in your eyes. But everything he says is coming out of a teleprompter. It's emanating from speechwriters that spend hours honing words with focus groups and demographic studies. This presidential candidate turned out to be an 8-year waste of time. He never acted in a way that would actually help our country in a big way. He never provided a national public option like we are offering. He never provided any solutions of lowering healthcare costs. And he basically cost our country another 8 years. So we had George W. Bush, Barack Obama, and now we've got this other person who's going to occupy 4 more years. So we're looking at a 20-year chunk of time wasted when I could have saved the nation in 2008. Yeah, what's really ironic is I've been doing this constantly with no media representation at all in the mainstream media, censored. Every single time I do this show, I'm censored in my own country. And people around the world are going, wow, yeah, why doesn't David get a chance to speak out? Hey, how you doing, Andy? Looking good. Andy over there at Andy JTV over there from Angola, is that it? All it was a picture of Obama, you know, but it was grossly portrayed. Trump has damaged more of our country than Obama helped our country in 8 years. Rephrase that. Yeah, Trump has done more damage in 1 week than Obama could help our country in 8 years. I agree. But in terms of doing more for our country, no. You just sit back and watch what Trump's doing to the country. Have you ever taken a race car and stuck your and stuck a screwdriver in, you know, the engine, or just tossed it in the engine? Have you ever done that? Well, that's what Trump's doing to this country right now. Yeah. Try it. You get hurt really bad, so I don't recommend doing it without face protection and maybe Kevlar. But yeah, he's stirring things up all right. This is a nightmare. You chose a guy who doesn't really understand what he's doing to lead a country into a hellstorm of international conflict, all because he opens his mouth without thinking. Diarrhea of the mouth, constipation of the brain. NYPD is Angolan. Really? I did not know that. You've never been to Angola? Okay, thank you, Andy. Andy's over at JTV and he went over to Vaughn. We want people to go over to Twitch. It'd be kind of fun to see how many people could get in there. So far, we don't have too many. And are we on, Jackson? Can I hear you? Can you hear me? His mic is off. See, we don't have anybody on our voice connect. Larry, are you even in the room?
I'm here, dude.
Okay, Jackson's here. Okay, good. See, we've got a way to communicate. Discord is out there. People are like wanting to slowly get in, but believe me, these censors have locked down new people coming in. Okay, Obama left in Branson's plane, and Michelle Obama, and basically Barack was sitting here, and the picture of him looks like he's totally dejected, like he doesn't know what he's going to do. You know, we'll make no mistake about it. You know, if he could just get a new lover, maybe someone without a penis. All I can tell you is this guy has apparently dropped in personal stature, so it's bound to be depressing. You know, he's tried to be a good president by being a good CIA agent, doing everything they told him to do. When you look at it, it's kind of a sad testimony to money, greed, power, and making decisions that you're kind of forced into the rest of your life. You know, he's been very open about his connection to the African American community. However, he never helped the African American community. He never really solved problems in cities like Chicago.
Yeah, another guy said, but I tell you what, you won't see me moving to no African jungle anytime soon. Or some goddamn desert somewhere sitting on a carpet with a bunch of Arabs. No, sir. And you won't see me stop eating no ribs either. Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too. Don't Malcolm talk about no pussy? Now you know that ain't gonna work. If we fall for, you know, a bunch of tweets, funny, sounds provocative, tweets, funny, sounds provocative, tweets, funny, sounds provocative, tweets, funny, sounds provocative,
Pocahontas.
Bing, bing. No, she's got this goofy friend, Mike Cheese. And she's a basket case. Oh, boy. Goofus.
Oh man, that is refreshing. Wow. Yeah, so a few years ago I came up with a really incredible plan to actually break through the censorship, and Broken St. Obamas was born right in this same studio that we're in right now. And I can tell you that I have not given up the hope of making people understand that if we do not prosecute Barack Obama, if we do not actually go the distance and solve this problem, we're going to be in trouble. And that's why I became extremely concerned when Trump offered an anti-establishment campaign, but turned out to be pro-establishment, and turned out to be not only pro-establishment, but dangerous. And then stealing ideas, disreputable, unscrupulous. These are qualities you don't want in a president. You just don't want those. And you got stuck with it. So now you got to deal with it. And I'm sorry. I feel bad for all of us across the country. You know, I would love to be able to go back in time and straighten this whole thing out back in when Aldous Huxley talked to Mike Wallace. You know, Mike Wallace passed away recently. And he did an interview a long time ago with Aldous Huxley, the writer of A Brave New World. And we really are living in a brave new world. Now look at the death threat I just got in the chat room. I want everyone to see this. Let me just bring it in. Check it out. You're on the list, Sponheim. We got a bullet with your name on it. Look at this. See that? Yep. Every night I get 1 to 2 on average death threats. Yeah. See what we got here? Literally threatening a guy who's a sharpshooter who could virtually take him out at 200 feet with a handgun. They better be damn good at what they're doing, because I'm not messing around. You see that death threat? Yeah. Oh, I banned Stebu. I'm sorry. Hang on, Stebu. He's some more guy. Oh, more guy, don't. Oh, no. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, see 876 right there? Okay, what I do is print screen. Yeah, hang on. There it is. Print screen. And then I take it and I log it in as one of my death threats. But we get death threats on average 1 to 2 a day. Then I go to Paintbox and I put them in my little Paintbox. It turns out the most effective way to deal with this is using the computer program that works. You know, something that's literally connected to the core of the operating system. But these people who are literally coming in and trying to threaten our show, they found that they can't stop me. And the viewership around the world is like, whoa, you guys, David, you got some serious balls, some kahunas to do this show, you know? I am going to be the leader of a nation that will be cleaner, better, nicer, and much more friendly to worldwide countries. I'm going to be the leader of a country that's going to get its act together, not fall into the hands of fascism and totalitarianism and the New World Order. My destiny is already laid out. And no matter what kind of a shooter you think you are, I'm better. And I'm not going to sit back and watch you think you're going to threaten me from doing what I need to do. You know, one of the things many people don't understand is the commitment that the American people have is based in a hard-earned commitment. I grew up with a school of hard knocks. I personally have the ability to fight back against all odds. Not many people have these skill sets. That makes me unusual. So I said to myself, you know, I'm going to give it what I've got, because I can tell you I got way more than this to back me up. Now, if this isn't enough for you, if you don't think you're a little bit worried about the kind of defenses that I have, then you're basically unarmed no matter what you have coming up against me. You got nothing to defend against me. So if you think anybody is going to put Sarah and I in mortal danger, basically we have the castle law in Washington State gives me the right to blow your head clean off and splatter it across my drywall. If I'm trapped and we have no way out, you're gone. So bear that in mind. All right. So let's talk about the bad toupee that Mall Cop is talking about. Yeah, this is not the kind of thing you want to purchase. Mad Dog got a really nice one. He had a really nice toupee or wig or something. This is something you should never spend money on. I don't wear a wig. This is my real hair. You can pull every strand. Yep. All right. So all their efforts to shut us down have failed. This online revolution, I hope you realize, is an online interactive revolution that's going on daily. It never stops. Hey, I think I'm going to switch rooms and kind of get into some casuals. Yeah. Well, anyway, Clinton was not a good choice. I agree with you. And many of you Trump supporters realize that this whole thing has been Trump copying me all along. So a lot of you liked me before Trump was on the scene. And now you're like still hanging out here because you know my ideas were used by him. I don't want to alienate your vote. I really don't. But, you know, you have to really clarify what's happening. Not everybody's on the same page here. Not everyone thinks that Russia's trying to take over our country. I do. Wow. I'm back. David changed my life. I now have a full head of hair. Thanks. Hey, yeah, cool. And you like wearing it too, don't you? It makes you feel better. That's kind of how I feel about my teeth. You know, I didn't expect to be wearing press-on veneers in my life because I've got a set of teeth under my teeth, but under my fake teeth. But it was amazing when I first got these things. These are like $600. These things. When I first got these things, it was a trip. I normally don't smile. I remember my dad used to, you know, kind of never smile. And I find myself wanting to smile more and more. I did have my teeth fixed. I know I have regular teeth. They're just a little yellow, and people would make fun of me. It's like, David, you have yellow teeth. And I don't think I need to have yellow teeth. They're more like the bottom ones here. All right, so, yeah. Hair between your teeth, that's unusual. They look good, thank you. Well, here we go. We've got a lot of stuff to cover here. It's been the beginning of our show that takes forever. Paris Jackson. Yeah, Vigilant Citizen has this article. Yeah, I want to talk about some of the things happening in the media. Paris Jackson is one of the very outspoken young lady, and she's talked about her relationship to the Illuminati. And it's only through these people that have been manipulated since childhood, like Michael was, that you begin to get a glimpse of how powerful the scope of these elitists are, the people that are probably threatening my life right now in this chat room. I never lived in El Segundo. No. But it's funny. Somebody said that they saw me in Inglewood, that I went to Inglewood. No, I never went to Inglewood High. Yeah, that's just not happening. So here she wrote, when she was about 15 years old, on one of her drawings, a hexagram with all-seeing eyes and a bloody knife and the letter 666 inside of it saying, let go. Never let go. And she was holding out against all odds that the Illuminati would get her. No one really knows where she's at now in terms of, you know, her mindset. But she wrote, a secret society is not really secret if you know what you're looking for. So don't wait for the info to come to you. Take time to seek it out for yourself. Here's a young, very, very intelligent young lady reaching out for answers. And then, of course, we know that she attempted suicide when she was 18. You know, and she's still, I think, 18. or how, I don't know how old she is at this point, but I'm not pretending to run for, no, I'm not pretending to run for president. I'm building a political movement right now, and I will be running for president in 2020 when I announce. Right now I'm testing the waters. That's what they call it, testing the waters. It depends on how bad Trump messes up this nation. It also affects where I'm going to go with this campaign. I want this campaign to go all the way. I really do. But there are components of this campaign that are not clicking into gear. We couldn't get on the ballot in any state prior. And since I've done this for the past 8 years, we have a serious obstacle to cross. But I realize that this obstacle is mostly due to the fact that we've been censored in our own country. And I didn't realize how important it is to have numbers. Now, the more people that talk about us in our own country, the more likelihood I get those few people, and they're rare, that want to stand out in front of a market and grab signatures. But when they do, they can bring them in. We were involved in an organization called Americans Elect in 2012, in which we tried to get enough signatures to get them to endorse us to get on the ballot. They got on the ballot in over 30 states. You knew me in Brentwood, really? You remember me? Are you a guy I know a few years ago? Are you just trying to mess with me? There's a guy out there who's finally catching up to the show, who's been, wanting to call me, itching to call me for years, a friend from college. And he knows what I'm talking about. I'm not going to give you his name. I bet it is him. Anyway, the fact of the matter is, running for president is a long-term process, and it takes forever. Building a third party, like America's Third Party, I'll tell you how long this has been going on. It's been going on since 1870. Ever since the Act of 1871 was pushed, which eventually turned our country into a DC-dominated nightmare. DC is essentially it created a United States corporation. The Act of 1871 created a United States corporation. They implemented it fully and transitioned to the United States corporation in 1933 when they declared bankruptcy on the United States of America. So the United States of America has been defunct since 1933 when we declared bankruptcy. But we're now the United States. Many people didn't learn this in college or school, but that is a reality that you will understand the more you look into this. But the reality is now that we can actually get the United States of America back in 2020 and dissolve the United States corporation and write off the $20 trillion in debt. And I'm going to give you a clue as to how to do that. You see, when Japan and Germany lost, we acquired a tremendous amount of gold. America did. Unfortunately, our leaders at the time did not see the foresight ahead of time. The Federal Reserve grabbed it and handled it. They left it with the World Bank. So the gold and all the metal and all the value was stored at the World Bank, and people are trying to work a way in which the U.S. can get their credit back. But right now we're riding on a private corporation called the Federal Reserve that's running an intermediary between the World Bank and us. And they are a private group of governors, all of them involved in high finance, and they don't have to report to the U.S. government. And this is the scam they pulled over on the American people. They have one primary goal, and that is to expand currency. Well, they've reached the end of the road. And they need people in the White House who never ask questions. So they pick people with low or subpar intelligence like these two people. Their cumulative IQ is closer to my IQ. The IQ of Barack Obama and Donald Trump together is close to my IQ. I have 185 IQ. I can think circles around these people. And in the reality check of American politics, the government itself is handled at the center. The Federal Reserve, it answers to the Treasury, and the Treasury answers to the Federal Reserve. Whenever they want to expand credit, the Federal Reserve literally has to get the bonds from the World Bank to get the bonds to the American people to fund our government operations. So we've been living off of borrowed money ever since 1946, pretty much. We keep expanding the debt and paying the interest on the debt. Well, we've reached the point where we can barely meet the interest payments on the debt. So they're coming up with a way right now, these people at the Fed, the World Bank, the people who are the pawns and the bishops and the knights and the chess game run by the Illuminati, the Rothschilds, the Council of 13 Families. And they're trying to essentially create control of our country and have done a very good job of it. And getting the Federal Reserve Act passed in 1913 was one of the big stumbling blocks. But Woodrow Wilson said it was the worst thing he ever did right around the time he died. So he was aware that the Federal Reserve should never have had this much power. But we need to seize the assets that we have overseas at the World Bank. We need to get the gold back. We have $40 trillion in gold, roughly. They claim we owe $20 trillion. So that gives us an extra $20 trillion to solve this problem. Now, these guys oversee one organization called the Exchange Stabilization Fund. And I'm going to write that for you. Can't stop because we won't stop. Yeah. I'm going to give you a background on how wars are basically set up and how these people are operating. The Exchange Stabilization Fund is the only part of the Treasury that really has any real. The only part of the Treasury you can manipulate and do anything with. So when they created this Exchange Stabilization Fund, it involves all kinds of slush money. We're talking dark money. We're talking counterfeit money. Anything that the Treasury gets, they put in the Exchange Stabilization Fund. Well, it turns out that the only person who can handle this, overseeing this, is number one, the Treasury, that group, the inner core, and the President of the United States. Now, I would be the only person able in the country, the only citizen able to actually step in and say, wait a second, what's this? Why are you charging this? Donald won't do that. Donald won't even begin to ask questions about this because he doesn't understand the big numbers. He wouldn't possibly. He's a borrower. He doesn't think about fiscal conservancy. He thinks about spending. He's all about Trump and spending. So anyway, the Exchange Stabilization Fund is the core of the Treasury, and they don't want a person like me to oversee it, a fiscal conservative. They want to be able to do whatever they want with the CIA money coming from opium products like Afghanistan's producing, the counterfeit money that's brought into the country all the time. They want to have total control over that. Therein lies the problem, because if we tapped into the Exchange Stabilization Fund, we could create an infrastructure bank and create a side structure that would run parallel to the Federal Reserve. And that's why I believe that we need to get the Federal Reserve out over about a year or two and bring in an infrastructure bank that would really fund operations like growth opportunities, building products that would, sell, that our country could produce again. So nobody's really done the detailed work in getting this whole core problem solved because neither one of these nincompoops would even understand what I'm talking about. They couldn't even get their fingers in there and say, hey, what are you going to do with the money? They're just going to walk in line and step with the Federal Reserve and the New World Order. So basically the Fed is the arm of the New World Order that works directly with the World Bank, and they've reached that point where they can't expand credit anymore. So here we are. There you go. New York Fed talking about it. Fed Exchange Stabilization Fund. Thanks for the link. So in order to expand credit, and we're getting to the final this point of my argument, they have to come up with a reason. Now, the best reason is really to start a war. It's always worked for these people, and it's always going to work. Starting wars, it's a guarantee they're going to be able to expand credit because they have to fund the war. It's that simple. So because they've reached the end of the rope at the Fed, they can't lower the interest rates. They're raising it. It's triggering a backlash. They need to somehow start a war. Now, a study was done by the RAND Corporation in 1975. The RAND Corporation is a very big think tank. And they did the study to decide what would America be like if there was no war. And the shocking results were not even presented to the public. It was only through the Freedom of Information Act that they were able to actually get those results to the American people. And now we know that if we were not at war, And we've been at war for about 234 years of our nation's history. We're at war in Iraq right now. But if we were not at war, our country's economy would collapse. And the Federal Reserve couldn't expand credit. So they've constantly got to brew this witch's brew of war to keep the money flowing. That's really what's going on. They say that all wars are bankers' wars. Well, that's essentially the whole deal in a ball of wax right there. And this exchange stabilization fund is what I will tweak to build the infrastructure bank and to solve the economic problems facing this country. A 2% loan guarantee to U.S. businesses hiring U.S. citizens at a living wage of $15 an hour is bound to be a recipe for creating jobs for this country. Whereas the minimum wage laws will never really be moving around much, especially if Trump continually pulls the Republican line and keeps lowering them. So the only way we're going to incentivize production and jobs is to create an infrastructure bank that will do that. The Fed can't do that. They won't even earmark the money. So this is a very interesting time we're in. And if you can get me to the White House, I can fix it. But if you can't get me to the White House and I get assassinated, that's the plan. And I wish you the best. I really do. But I've been doing this for 8 years against censorship in a country that claims to be free and democratic, and it's beyond belief. It's unbelievable. I mean, I'm still in a state of shock that I'm living in a country that claims to be free and democratic when it's not. It's neither free nor democratic. All right, let's play that song. So we have a tendency to kind of like keep motivated here, and we do this little thing where I kind of dance around, and you'll have to just put up with that. Do the blessing. Do the blessing. Let's do this song, shall we? Thank you. They've been censoring me for a long time, but I will not stop, and they can't stop me either.
Peter has come to the studio to show us the very latest piece of electronic equipment, a computer that makes music. Hello, Peter.
Hello. Now, I've got a microphone here, and since my voice is about the only thing we've got around that makes a noise, let's try.
We can't stop.
And that's do. And we're ready to play it. So now if we type in P, M, full stop, P, C, and that gives...
We can't stop.
You can also play it on...
We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop.
Now what you can also do, see, is the fact that you can get that sound to be played by the computer, playing a tune that I've already got inside the computer, waiting. Now all I need to do is call up the next page, and we're ready to play.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
So let's be clear. In this Trump election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Free Party.
For president.
Can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop.
First we hit them low, then we hit them high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions. Cars and double visions. If you ain't up to speed, you need to speed it up on the piano lead.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Free Party.
Can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop,
All right, that was Scissor Fight. Thank you very much. Yes, Scissor Fight did a great job with that video, and we'll be using that as our promotion video for some time to come. Doing a nonstop show has been very, very draining. I'll be frank with all of you. I'm doing great, but it's been very draining. So you have to really, really, really focus. And excellent, thank you. If you don't focus to do a show like this, you can't keep it up. Now, very few people in the world have ever done a year of broadcasting constantly, every day. I've done 8 years, and it's not going to in any way disappear. We're never going to stop, because we want to take this all the way to the White House and provide a daily show, a transparent show, in the White House itself. Now, if you want to come into our show right now, you can get us at twitch.tv/America's Third Party. And now I'm going to interview Aldous Huxley. Hi, Aldous. How are you doing? We started at 5. We've been 3 hours into this, 2 hours in the recorded broadcast.
I think I would feel it's being used too much to distract everybody all the time. But I mean, imagine, which must be the situation in all communist countries, where the television, where it exists, is always saying the same thing the whole time. It's always driving along. It's not creating a wide front of distraction. It's creating a one-pointed drumming in of a single idea all the time. It's obviously an immensely powerful instrument.
So you're talking about the potential misuse of the instrument.
Exactly. We have, after all technology is in itself morally neutral. These are just powers which can either be used well or ill. It's the same thing with atomic energy. We can either use it to blow ourselves up, or we can use it as a substitute for the coal and the oil which are running out.
You've even written about the use of drugs in this light.
Well, now, this is a very interesting subject. I mean, in this book that you mentioned, this book of mine, Brave New World, I postulated a substance called Soma, which was a very versatile drug. It would make people feel happy in small doses. It would make them see visions in medium doses, and it would send them to sleep in large doses. Well, I don't think such a drug exists now, nor do I think it will ever exist, but we do have drugs which will do some of these things, and I think it's quite on the cards that we may have drugs which will profoundly change our mental states without doing us any harm. I mean, this is the pharmacological revolution which has taken place, that we have now powerful mind-changing drugs which, physiologically speaking, are almost costless. I mean, they are not like opium or like cocaine, which do change the state of mind, but leave terrible results physiologically and morally.
Mr. Huxley, in your new essays, you state that these various enemies of freedom are pushing us toward a real-life, brave new world, and you say that it's awaiting us just around the corner. First of all, can you detail for us what life in this brave new world which you fear so much, or what life might be like?
Well, to start with, I think this kind of the dictatorship of the future, I think will be very unlike.
Stop it. And I say, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. And I'll say it right to the camera, stop it. Stop it. Stop, stop, stop. And I say, stop. And I say, stop it. Stop, 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 stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I will say this, and I'll say it right to the camera, stop it. Right to the camera, stop it, stop it, stop it. Stop, stop, stop it. Stop it, stop it. Stop it. Right to the camera, stop it, stop it, stop it. Stop, stop, stop it. Stop it, stop it. Stop it.
Okay, I'm not going to stop it. I can't stop it. Okay, sadly, I can't enter at TP. Okay, so we've got a problem with our Twitch accounts. People have been... It's been too difficult to get in there. So we know now that Twitch is okay as a side backup. But as you can see, we're not always going to have everything perfectly lined up. Yeah. Debbie Madsen says, can you unban all on Vaughn? You banned me guest by mistake. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, Debbie Madsen, thank you. Okay, here we go, everybody. slash unban all. That means everybody gets to come in. If I ban you accidentally on the Vaughn network, I'm sorry. And I thank you, Debbie, for contacting me. I'm sorry, Derby. Thank you, Derby. We've had problems with banning issues, and I don't mind unbanning all on a daily basis. One of the problems we had with our other show, which was on Blog TV many years ago, and it's one of the reasons why all the viewers came over to Vaughn, was we actually we used to have like 2,000 people on our ban list. But we had over 1 million viewers at Blog TV, and they migrated over here to Vaughn and made Vaughn famous in a way because he makes money censoring us and keeping you out of the chat over here. So it may not just be you've been banned all. It may be your IP is being blocked, because there's all these IPs across the world that are being blocked. It's unfortunate. Okay, so yeah. This past week we lost a couple of important people. John Hurt died at the age of 77, great film star. Oh, his site went down. Wow. Somebody pulled the entire page. I'll be darned. Anyway, the film star I'm referring to is John Hurt. John Vincent Hurt. He was one of the greatest film actors of our time, actors. He took on all the tough roles, and he lost his life at the age of 77, which happens to be how old my father was when he died. Yeah. And he was lucky to live that long. My dad got cancer at the age of 65, I think. Prostate cancer. And they gave him only a year to live. And he lived another 12 years. Yeah. Yeah, well, he shut all the VPNs down that people use in Asia to get in and out. So having shut VPNs down, he's eliminated 4 million people into our show. It wasn't just GMOs that took my dad. No, it was actually Roundup. My dad was a victim of using Roundup. I'll never forget the day, 2 years prior to being diagnosed with prostate cancer. I came home and I said, Dad, what's that smell outside? And he says, oh, I sprayed Roundup. I said, why did you do that? We would never use weed blocks here. We don't use herbicides here, Dad. I got tired of the dichondra getting ruined by that damn oxalis. This is how my dad was talking. It's like, okay, so your dichondra is battling the oxalis and you sprayed Roundup? Yeah, there's this new product. And I got a terrible headache. I'm laying down. And that's the beginning of the end for him. Yeah. I said, for 4 days, my dad had a splitting headache. Wouldn't go away. And it finally kind of dissipated. And I had him on all kinds of juices and things. We're talking about 84 here. Excuse me. Yeah, well, whatever. Yeah, right around 84, 85. And I got him into a regime of trying to figure out what to do. And we went down a really dark road of finding out all kinds of things. Started with back pain. And then we found out it was not back pain, it was an enlarged prostate. Okay? Because the prostate is the man's filter in his body. That's why they recommend people, drinking coffee 5 times a day. They say that prevents prostate cancer. Eating tomatoes and ketchup even. Lycopene prevents prostate cancer. But anyway, that's a side note. The enlarged prostate then was dealt with the way they're still dealing with this. Urologists around the country are still giving people TURPs, transurethral resection of the prostate, which is a failed methodology and should have been scrubbed years ago. But they're still giving people TURPs, which creates the necrosis of the skin tissue in the prostate. And what they do is they cut it and they shrink it. It gives some immediate temporary relief on the back pressure. But what it creates is a necrosis that then becomes metastasized. And it's a common thing for these things to turn into adenocarcinoma. And the scientists know this, but they still keep doing the same thing, even today. So my father did a radical choice to do radiation. And he had these 16 long radiated needles stuck between his epididymis and his rectum. This is what the doctors recommended. They brought it right in there. They beamed radiated the prostate and literally shrunk it into, a little kernel of nothing. They got the cancer, but the cancer had already seeded to his back. And adenocarcinoma will travel throughout your bloodstream. It went to his back, and he lived about 12 years with all kinds of methods we were using to keep him going, helping his immune system and everything. And I can honestly say the doctors were absolute dipshits, didn't know a damn thing about anything they're doing. Most of the oncologists are using what is called smoke and mirrors to solve problems, and they bilk you beyond belief financially. So we went through healthcare hell in a 12-year period, and with my mom too, at 15 years. 2 years before my parents died, I had met Sarah, and she came into my life, and she really helped me. I really don't think I could have handled it without her. You know, she just was such a big support. But yeah, Roundup kills weeds, but it can kill a lot more. You're looking at a dangerous herbicide, which has caused dangerous cancer-producing herbicide caused in studies that have shown laboratory animals developing tumors are all over the place, yet we continue to let this company, Dow Chemical and Monsanto, reap havoc on all of our property and our lives. Glyphosate is now at the point where they put 7.5 billion tons of glyphosate, the product in Roundup, on the face of the earth. I mean, there could be a mountain the size of Mount Everest filled with glyphosate. That's how much glyphosate they're producing. Yeah, it's just when thinking about how much suffering my mom and dad went through, and meeting Sarah at that time in my life was just very, very harrowing. It was a really tough time. I was 40 years old, and I lost both my parents at 40. You know, I had to bury them both. I was the only one in the family who took care of everything. I was the only one in the family who actually stepped up. None of the other family members did anything. And I literally took care of the whole thing. It's amazing. I put together 2 incredible funerals for my parents. And you know, I'm shocked at the way so many people underestimate the work that you're putting into your home health care with your family member, whether it's a child or whether it's an older family member who's getting on in years. There's a hidden economy in our country that is just not even valued. Nobody seems to understand. Okay, here's a really interesting comment between a father and a son. So, Dad, why do I have to go to school? So you can be molded into a state-approved, homogeneous drone that cannot think outside of the prescribed consensus. You will learn to repeat information instead of how to think for yourself so that you don't become a threat to the status quo. When you graduate, you will get a job, pay your taxes in order to perpetuate the corporate system of indentured servitude for your political overlords. That's great. That's just so perfect. It really typifies what we're talking about. Thanks, Scissor Fight. Wow. That was great. I was just telling everybody about how you really helped out. 2 years with my mom and dad. You know, we put together a funeral, 2 funerals. Sarah gave me nothing but support. I can't even imagine doing it without her. And I was so thankful I met her at that time because it really was it was super stressful. It really was. I was up like 3 days straight, virtually no sleep, helping my father through the final days of his life, only to be accused of being on drugs when I walked around with sunglasses on. So you see me at 5 in the morning with less than 1 hour of sleep in 72 hours, and I've got sunglasses on, and I couldn't believe the way healthcare professionals were behaving around me. It was just blew my mind. They literally treated my father's body like a rag doll. And to this day, I'm so pissed off at the healthcare system itself. I could tell you all the specifics, but I don't want to bore you. I'm sure you have a lot of your own personal healthcare crises to talk about. But our healthcare system in America it's like a snake pit. It's nothing like I would envision. I would envision mobile medical units like I've been talking about for 8 years. I would envision triage and outreach, doctors going to your house in the future that are trained to be EMTs, emergency medical technicians, or physician's assistants, going to your house even if you're really sick. And if you're, this is just a very, very backward country we're living in our country. We should have had a national health care service or some public option by now. But because greed has invaded our government, Donald Trump won't even put a public option on the table. It's unbelievable. A 2-mile-long crack opens in the Arizona desert. Wow, something's not right, Sarah. In Arizona. Earth movement. The precursor to an earthquake. Wow. Splitsville. Welcome to Splitsville. Drone footage revealed the extent of the Earth's fissure that opened up the desert in Arizona. A gaping 2-mile long crack has opened in the barren earth in Arizona. Will likely continue. That's probably because of the rainwater. In California, when you hit a country or a state like California with geoengineering and get rid of all the moisture in the ground, and then hit it with rainwater, it just takes a toll on the Earth's crust. David, check the Trump quote that I IM'd you. I don't get IMs here, Bag of Mostly. Yeah. Sorry, man. I don't have a quote for you, man. I would never verbally abuse my elderly parents. No way. I was the person who really, really helped my family through the toughest times. Let's talk more about doctors, yeah. Talk about real health studies, yeah. Well, basically, there are no real health studies. When you get cancer, if you're an adult, chances are you're better off, getting a second opinion because they don't really have the answers. It never rains in California. So you think the big one is coming? Yep. California could secede from the Union when they separate into an island. Dr. Meow believes the big one's coming. Nice driving, son. Oh, yeah. In 2004, Trump said he was a Democrat. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I know. We all know that Donald Trump was a Democrat. He was like flip-flopping like Ronald Reagan did. Ronald Reagan was a Democrat, then he became a Republican. Here. There you go. Yes, I heard the judge overturn Trump's executive order. I'm glad. Thank you. The justice system is at least working a little bit. My future home. America's most expensive house. Will all be darned. Well, California is going to get to 600,000 votes needed. They project that 600,000 people are going to sign a petition to put it on the ballot, a referendum asking to secede from the United States. I'm not kidding. It's already crossed the barrier that just this past week to get to the next step. This is the most expensive house, $250 million. While people around the world are suffering, living in cardboard boxes in LA, this has 12 huge homes. Lifestyles of the rich and famous. A home room just for sweets. Look at that. Yeah. A cinema that fits 40. Gotta love that. I really don't want to glorify luxury on our show. Of course, I want to see what this is, though. Of course, a miniature golf course. Who wouldn't want that? And a gym, yeah. So this is called brainwashing, where they tell you all the things you want. It makes you all want more. They're not talking about the smog you're breathing there above the city. Yeah, they breathe the same smog you do. All right, well, that was very disturbing.
$250 million.
It is worth keeping, though, on YouTube. Let me just grab it real quick.
If you can make a new channel called Excess.
I better add a new, I'm about ready to add a new category.
Yeah.
We're ready to go. We're going to add new 3 tonight. Rating a new
3. Why don't you just call it Excess?
No. Because...
That would make too much sense.
No. Basically, we'd never see it then. This whole idea of doing new videos is a way of backlogging videos in our categories. New 3 is just the only way we can, put it in there. I'm going to go back to the chat room now. That house is awesome.
Well, why do you always come in here when you're drunk, Wiggles?
Adding on slows up, makes lag more. So, do you believe the lag is more right now? Because I think it's time to drop off of. No, we're still on YouTube and Twitch. We're still good.
It's just the tabs.
Yeah, well, we're running at 97%. That's the problem. See?
Yeah, because you have how many tabs open?
Yep, you're right. Let me do some
Just
tab.
Start getting rid of tabs.
You bet.
Thank you. Oh, I'm so happy. This makes me happy, David.
See?
I'm so happy.
It makes you feel good, doesn't it?
David's getting rid of tabs.
You know, Mikhail Gorbachev is saying, did you see this earlier? That their world is preparing for war. That's right. Mikhail Gorbachev, the former leader of Soviet Union. Let's see what Tom Brokaw has to say.
I'm Tom Brokaw. Let me say that right now. Former Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev warned Friday that it all looks as if the world is preparing for war.
He wrote an opinion piece in Time magazine.
Well, good for them. I'm going to get rid of that too.
Okay.
Another one bites the dust. This is a who runs Twitch.
Do we need it?
Not really. It doesn't really matter. Mark Monitored Inc. Isn't that interesting? The name Mark.
Mm-hmm.
You got to wonder if he's just pretending to be poor. Documents, buying new boats and Rolex watches for your dad. I mean, who has that kind of money? I want to keep that one. And, yep, this is important. This just came into the beginning of our show, folks. Accused pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, the friend of Donald Trump. Get this, he's accused of yet another sex trafficking case with a girl as young as 13.
According to thegatewaypundit.com.
According to Gateway Pundit. So let me give you a link to that. Some of you are really following Pizzagate. We don't hesitate to talk about this stuff. There you go. Duct Tape's never coming back, man. He's on the permaban list.
Tom Brokaw, NBC Nightly News.
Yeah, basically, Beekman is on the permaban list and Duct Tape is on the permaban list. I gave these guys every chance to show this room some respect. I know. Duct Tape's in if he wants, but not for now, not for long.
You're your dad's son. You're not your own person. You define yourself by your father. I think it's one of one.
It's also this. I've done it before.
Oh, I guess you have a list. You know your list.
Oh, yeah, I know it by heart now. We've done this so many times.
YouFreeTV.com? Okay.
Yeah, permaban list. Yep. I added this, and guess who else is on the permaban list?
You gotta go back.
And we got this too. This guy mass spams. He's a mass spammer. Navajo.
Isn't it with a J?
No, it's a...
Instead of an H? Or maybe I'm wrong.
No. And then this one. I think that covers it. Oh yeah. This is the worst. This is the worst one of all. In the 5 years we've been doing it, Truth Unfolds.
What about the other person that that's in there right now?
This guy?
No.
Who else?
The one that's in the room right now that you were saying earlier.
Duct Tape?
That one.
Who? Oh no, Vika Sweet knows that she cannot post here. Yeah, we just have to mute her for a while. She hasn't learned yet. And DJ Asset DJ, all he does is post his links. If you're trying to promote yourself here, we don't allow that. But if you got a real credible link like Skeleton Man here, oh yeah, we want credible links. They're donating to provide a crowdsource. It's called crowdrise.com. Let's see what this is. To Syrian refugees in the name of the dude said, I don't belong in America. Okay. So they're trying to create a crowdsourced for donating to Syrian refugees in the name of the dude who said I don't belong in America. And they've already got $137,000 raised. Look at that. Wow. Look at that. So many Democrats are coming out in favor of helping all these refugees. It's a cash cow. Don't give up. Interesting. Yeah, Vika stuff is totally random. But you guys who post links like Dark Engine, Chat Room Celebrity, Scissor Fight, all the link providers are really, really the bread and butter of this show. And we're providing internet information to people all over the world. Nearly 100 million to 200 million are watching us worldwide, and they like to get news stories without having too many details. Seafood eaters ingest up to 11,000 tiny pieces of plastic every year, a study shows. So plastic is getting in our diet just for eating seafood. Isn't that bizarre? It's the cycle of life, man. The food chain. Dr. Colin Jansen, who led the research, said the presence of plastic particles in the body was a concern. Yeah. So look at all chemicals are leaching, and these plastics are going into the body of these animals, and they're eating these creatures, and they're putting it in there higher down the food chain. Microplastics. The Prince of Wales said, "If I find it sobering to think that almost all the plastic ever produced is still here somewhere on the planet in one form or another, and will remain here for centuries to come, possibly thousands of years." Prince Charles is a relative of Count Dracula, in case you didn't know. Vlad the Impaler. I can elaborate later. Yeah, and he has a wonderful organic garden, 25-acre organic garden. And he's proud of his relationship to, he actually has a villa in what is formerly Transylvania. Yes, I'm not making this up. He really is.
Hello, Mad Dog.
This is pretty funny how the media is molded every day. Here's the Wall Street Journal, same exact paper, same exact date, sold in two separate parts of the country. This is how they manipulate us. Depending
Trump
on the
talks tough, or Trump softens his tone.
Sold in different areas depending on the level of political parties in that area. This is a clear case of the media training your brain, people. Open your eyes. So this is all molded, manipulated, and catered to the specific demographics of your area. These people know what they're doing. We got to think for ourselves.
We don't have a number to call, Wiggles. We got rid of the number specifically for you. In other words, we have a number, but you're not allowed to call it. Yes. I specifically banned the number for Wiggles.
I know. Wiggles was coming into our room recently, and
I don't like people that try to call in when they're drunk.
He was drunk.
I know, and now he's drunk again, and now he wants to call in because he's drunk again. It's like, don't find
Hang
your...
on. Let me ban this guy.
Don't find your courage at the bottom of a beer bottle. You don't need to look for your courage at the bottom of your bottle. Just believe in yourself, and you can find your courage just by believing in yourself.
I was talking about plastic and hormones when I was interrupted by some person in here who was attacking our show. I want to give you all a little hope. Jeff Sessions, the guy that said that good people don't smoke marijuana. Well, now he's talking pretty good. He says that he's not going to pursue any actions against. How much longer before the dog of the drug war is let off his leash? Well, the entire cannabis community is still waiting on bended knee to find out exactly what Sessions will do with legal marijuana. But earlier this month, he testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee that he wouldn't commit to never enforcing federal law. He wouldn't commit. But in a roundabout way, he agreed that kicking down the doors of legal cannabis businesses could be a waste of federal resources. But he has gone on in public saying that it is now Congress's choice. And you can read more about it here. Congress, it's up to Congress now. And he honestly doesn't understand why we don't legalize it flat out. It would be saving America resources, costs, overruns, etc. And the DEA would save about $26 billion a year interdicting in marijuana growth operations here in the U.S. Yeah, really. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, so definitely talk plastics and hormones. Let's talk plastics and hormones. What do you say? You know, not all of us can eat food that isn't expired. I happen to be one of those people that had a Y2K supply when I met Sarah, and I have proudly eaten most of my Y2K supplies except for the large cans of refried beans we bought at Winco.
And you're working on that. Like, didn't you work on some of those cans for lentils, or was that differently?
The lentils were purchased at Winco in 1998.
But you could have used a can of beans instead of the lentils, but that was good.
But the can of beans, we've got just refried beans, I think, and big kidney beans underground. So
can I
or
get
under our
Barbara Hale?
Yeah, please get rid of it. Yeah, Barbara Hale died at 94 last week. Perry Mason fame, Barbara Hale. Well, let's be clear. We cannot impeach Trump because we don't have a majority of Republicans. We can, however, charge him with a felony, like Rod Blagojevich, for selling the cabinet position of the Secretary of Education. I'm working on the legal argument that we could create. We do know that he violated the Logan Act by having Russia interfere in the election and communicating with his team prior to the election itself. And we know that a Russian diplomat has already admitted that their country was in touch with Trump during that time period, which is a gross violation of the Logan Act. We can also talk about the recent reveal that the guy who gave the secret dossier to the MI6 informant, who gave it to John McCain, who gave it to the FBI about Trump's sex tapes, that guy died. He died today or yesterday. Russia, another one has been terminated who could have possibly told the truth about what really happened. We do know there's a dossier. We know that there's most likely sex tapes that will be used and blackmailed against the president. We just don't know the nature of the sex act. So that much we do know right now. Where we're at in terms of the investigation into Russia's hacking of the election, I think it's in the hands of the FBI run by James Comey, meaning they're not going to do a damn thing. Just like they're not going to pursue any prosecution of Hillary or the Podestas or Pizzagate or any of these stories that are still migrating throughout the internet. What they are going to do is basically glad hand everything Donald Trump does, because he's basically giving them payback for getting him elected. So it's an old boys network we're up against here. The cronies at the FBI are not going to pursue any real cases and investigations into the DC pedophile ring that's running under the auspices of our government right now, which I believe is real. You can disagree with me. But there's a lot of things that are just not being addressed by our government, and it's seriously messed up. It's just beyond belief. I mean, that's why we need a third party. I can't tell you the importance of a third party right now. So now, we got a lot of bad things happening, and our government's now creating a crisis with refugees, another diversion Trump's doing.
So I'm going to click on this story because they say there's a story about a judge is blocking the U.S. from deporting these visa holders that have been detained after Trump's refugee order.
Oh, okay.
So a federal judge...
Let's put it on the screen. Let me do that.
Go ahead.
You can read it.
According to CNBC, a federal judge granted an emergency stay today to bar deportation of people with valid visas who landed in the U.S. following chaos and detentions after Trump's executive order related to immigration from 7 Muslim-majority countries. The ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, estimates it will affect between 100 and 200 people detained at or in transit to U.S. airports.
Wow.
Though they do not have to be released from detention. It did not, however, appear to cover Trump's full order suspending visas from certain nations for 90 days. The ACLU and other activist groups filed a class action lawsuit on Saturday seeking to challenge the president's order as acrimony widened over the policy and the number of detainees waylaid in transit appeared to swell. Demonstrations sprang up at airports around the country in response to the detentions. According to Lee Gaillard, the ruling preserves the status quo and ensures people who have been granted permission to be in this country are not illegally removed off U.S. soil. A senior Homeland Security official said that the agency is monitoring the litigation and has not seen the stay, but will implement any appropriate orders accordingly. The officer said 109 travelers were denied entry into the U.S. Another 173 were stopped from boarding flights in the first 23 hours of the order. On late Friday, the Trump administration announced that it would temporarily bar entries to refugees from Iraq, Syria, Iran, Sudan, Libya, Somalia, and Yemen due to terrorism concerns. It seeks extreme vetting procedures for those it does allow to enter the U.S.
Well, Meow TV said that you could just leave him in the airport forever, like Tom Hanks from that movie.
Exactly.
You know? That's pretty amazing. We should provide some decent housing. Would you? I'm going to say the unthinkable. Donald Trump, create tent cities in the airport parking lots and fence them in.
In a habeas corpus petition filed today in a New York federal court on behalf of 2 Iraqis detained at JFK, the ACLU called Trump's move unlawful, and those 2 detainees were released.
Wow, this is a shocking story that just came in the room. Let me interject real quick. A Berkeley couple has died after a 3D printer leaked carbon monoxide into their home.
Whoa.
Freeze frame. Hang on. Couple found dead at a Berkeley home. Wow, this lesbian couple was working on a 3D printer job. Jessica Schleidebeck, New York Daily News. We interrupted this message with Brian Williams under fire from helicopter. No, hang on. This is really sad. 2 people who had no idea the 3D printer could possibly do this. 35-year-old, 32-year-old wife. Oh, it's Roger. I'm sorry. Roger.
A Berkeley couple found dead in their home earlier this week was killed by carbon monoxide coming from a...
That was serious. So it came from the 3D printer. Dum-da-dum-dum. That was a guy named Roger.
Carbon monoxide is pretty bad because it's a colorless, odorless gas.
Yeah.
It can kill people without people knowing about it. So if you're going to buy a 3D printer, invest in a carbon monoxide detector simultaneously. You'll be glad you did.
Oh my gosh, 200 million people are rioting in New York City. I think you're making that up.
Obviously, people can't. Oh, and you make sure you work in a well-ventilated area. If they had just opened a window, they might not be dead.
I heard about a group of illegal immigrants that came into this country and they got a van. And the van ran out of gas. And you know how vans have, a lot of old vans like Dodges and Fords have their engines inside them?
I think I've heard this story.
Yeah. Well, they ran out of gas. Check this out.
This was a few years ago, like almost a decade ago.
Okay, whatever.
Okay, go
I'm drawing it from my source memory code. But the reality is they opened up the whole hatch on the inside of the van, pulled the carburetor out, and as it was going down the street, they squirted gas into the carburetor from water bottles that they had taken to a gas station. They didn't bother getting the gas. They didn't put the gas directly in the engine because they wanted to go a few miles down the street. So they were sitting in there squirting gas into the engine, into the carburetor, as they went down the road, and the whole thing blew up, and they all were immolated, virtually burned to death. Like 5 or 6 people, and they were from Vietnam. Or what about the couple from Cambodia that came here and started it's common to cook in a hibachi in Cambodia. They started a hibachi fire in their condominium that they were staying at. And they didn't open any windows, and they too died of carbon monoxide exposure. So it does happen. We know the facts from the basic forensic evidence that we've analyzed. Are you here for the Forensics Criminology course 10157 at the online university? Oh, I'm sorry. You're in the wrong chat room. You need to go to the other chat room. We're talking about criminology and forensics analysis tonight. Thanks. You probably wanted to see America's Third Party. Right. We're not, exclusive. World's first baby born with a new three-parent technique. So they've been able to, this is brand new, this is weird and beyond belief, but they've been able to splice the genes of 3 people together. You don't believe this?
I believe it, but I wouldn't want to do it.
I wouldn't either. But you're willing to be cloned? Okay.
I'm willing to be cloned because it's an exact replica of myself, and I'm awesome.
Okay, there you go.
But having like part of me, like with part of 2 other people, I mean, part of me and part of one other person, natural. Part of me and 2 other people, I don't know about that.
Well, apparently the genes of this one person had the boy's mother carried the genes for a Leigh syndrome, a fatal disorder that affects the developing nervous system. So they had to splice in somebody else's genes to create the facial features of the woman. While she's healthy, Leigh syndrome was responsible for the deaths of her first 2 children, so she had to come up with an alternative. Zhang has been working on a way to avoid mitochondrial disease using a so-called 3-parent technique. In theory, there are a few ways of doing this. The method approved in the UK is called pronuclear transfer, and it involves fertilizing both the mother's egg and a donor egg with the father's sperm. Before the fertilized eggs start dividing into the early stage of embryos, each nucleus is removed. The nucleus from the donor's fertilized egg is discarded, and they're replaced by that from the mother's fertilized egg. Gosh, in vitro fertilization has gone a long way. There you go. They've still yet to create a child outside of a mother's gestation period. That only a woman's womb can bear a child, even a test tube baby.
Well, because, women rock.
This is the story. Oh, that's good. That's good. I'll feature that in a little bit. Can you hear me? Scam has police warning would-be victims to hang up immediately. Okay, KTLA News in Los Angeles has a story that says people are calling up saying, "Can you hear me?" It immediately hang up. It's some sort of a scam. It's a simple question, but police say answering it could make you the victim of a scam. Police in Virginia are now warning that the scam, which is also recently reported in Florida and in Pennsylvania. Anytime you become a victim to a crime, you just feel violated.
Go down. Sorry.
Here's how it works. Police say you'll receive a phone call from a number you do not know. Usually it has a familiar area code. Hughes told KTLA's sister station WTKR, making the potential victim more likely to answer the call. Police say after you answer the phone, a person or automated recording on the other end of the line introduces themselves and their business. That kind of warms you up. After the introduction comes the question, "Can you hear me?" All of us, our natural response is to say yes or sure. "Yes, I can," said Hughes, but she says this is exactly what you do not want to do. Police say scammers record your yes response. In one variation of the scam documented by the Better Business Bureau in October 2016, the criminals may pretend to be from a cruise line or a home security company and will later bill you for products or services you never asked for.
Because you said yes. Because then they'll take that recording of you saying yes and put it together. We'll play back to verbal confirmation and have you say yes to things you meant to say no to.
If you try to deny the charges, the scammers will play back your verbal confirmation yes and threaten to take legal action if you do not pay. Whoa.
Because all you did was say, "Yes, I can hear you," not "Yes, I want to buy your horrible products."
Can you believe this? Thank you, KTLA.
And then it went forward and it said, the rest of the story said a lot of people might be embarrassed that they're too embarrassed to come forward. Go forward and prosecute those people. Oh, by the way, speaking of which, I mean, it's totally unrelated in one way, but in another way it is related. Drinkers of milk have until the end of the month to cash in on part of a class action lawsuit.
I heard there was a big, huge class action lawsuit. Yeah, so
because basically they were killing milk cows in order to artificially raise the prices. And basically they settled out of court and agreed to pay all these milk drinkers part of a huge settlement. I don't know how to cash in on that, but I've been a milk drinker. If you've been a milk drinker in the last decade, you can somehow cash in. I don't know.
I don't know the link. I don't know how to do it, and I don't know.
Shall I do some research?
I guess you could. People do want to cash in on something. A lot of you want $400 a month, and I promise to get you that when I become president. Once we create the infrastructure bank, I need a fund to draw from to get you the cash that you need to live in the future economy. A lot of you are struggling, and I understand that. I can say that I can definitely relate. I live very affordably. Yo, hey, vato, what's going on? Yeah, I live very carefully, I try to save money. In fact, I do a show on Thursday where I tell you guys how to save money. And let me give you the link to that real quick. Recently, I made a great dinner. It was a lentil soup with summer sausage, and it is available at my website.
Were you sure you weren't just muted for some reason, Mr. Exam? Sometimes that happens.
Dave at John Sponheim. I would like to dispel all rumors that I am a robot. It is absolutely preposterous. My communication style is absolutely perfect, and I sound human. You're saying I'm not wearing pants. That's pretty funny. There's my knee, buddy.
Oh, I don't think we qualify.
Oh.
It's only Arizona, California, the District of Columbia, Kansas, Massachusetts, Michigan, Missouri, Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, Oregon, South Dakota, Tennessee, Vermont, West Virginia, and Wisconsin.
Let me post that.
What do you want to do?
I'm posting it right now. No, I'm just going to post in the room. Posting in room. Copy. Hey, it's me, Awesome Carl.
Does anybody live in one of those states and want the information?
Got a small crack in your driver's license? That'll be $465. An Edmonton police department is suing or forcing a person to pay for a repaired license plate. Is this for real? Camrose teacher expresses frustration in humorous video about a ticket. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, he had a cut there. He's got to pay. Dave Belay got a $465 ticket for a crack in his driver's license. Oh my God. Oh, the Canadians really are over the top here. He was returning home from a visit Wednesday evening when he was pulled over on Anthony Henday Drive. I saw the police lights come on behind. I pulled over because I wasn't doing anything untoward. Then the police, of course, pulled in behind me. Dave Belay says he was driving his Honda Accord the evening he was pulled over. That's a nice car, You'd think he wouldn't be pulled over. It's the tinted windows, Dave. Now, that's not legal, man. One of the officers told him he had a tip about a swerving car that matched the description of his Honda. It said he's worried he doesn't drink. He gave him his driver's license, registration, insurance card, and he didn't even know there was such a thing. He said, I didn't know there was such a thing. He gave me a ticket for $465. Look at this. Wow. Unbelievable. Money grabbing by Canadians. Boy, they're running short of money with an exchange rate at 74%. Carter fan, Sarah, I live in California. What is going on in California?
Well, if you live in California, you may be able to get a refund from a lawsuit.
Should give them the link to the Time article.
It's botmilk.com.
Oh, excellent.
Here you go.
Botmilk.com. I will speak in your native human language.
Here, I'll put this on the screen.
Do these people understand thought transfer? Beep, beep, beep. Yeah. Get in on the deal, man. He was charged because he had a crack in the license plate. They didn't have anything on him, so they looked at his little license and they said, oh, you got a little crack in there. That's a $465 fine. No, I'm not being mean. I'm merely referring to people in the show trying to understand how they can cash in on this milk opportunity.
So if you live in one of these states, then you can
cry over spilled milk.
Then you can sue over spilled milk.
Yep.
Or collect over spilled milk.
Sue. I know. Edmonton just poured concrete and snow, and then all they do for fun is Reddit and file charges against people's driver's license being cracked. Okay, Paris' first official refugee shelter opens to take migrants off the street. There you go. They need this in New York right now.
This
Perfect.
is what Dr. Meow said, is that they didn't know what to do, so they put them in a giant
Bubble. It's not a bad idea. It provides
Well, they said-
protection.
he said, but
A giant butt. Let's listen
you
in.
know, if you look at it, it's not just one bubble. It's two.
It's a bubble butt warehouse for people. Okay, well, thanks for coming in. I need to get some hot coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay, I need to get some hot cocoa. I'll be right back. That was a cute little video about the refugees in France. No, he said coffee. David needed to get some hot coffee, and I said I need you to get some hot cocoa. What's BAPS? Yeah, I agree. Hopefully genetically altered things won't escape from the lab. You make some chocolate for me. Do I like Ovaltine? Yes. No, I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's like, it tastes like vitamins, I guess. Ovaltine. I do have some Ovaltine. I guess I could mix it with my hot chocolate, which would be good. On balance, that's all I can say about that. Oh yes, I forgot my book. But I won't be doing a 1 hour trivia show tomorrow because I won't be doing a broadcast tomorrow. Well, David just doesn't like all the questioning, I guess, Melko. I don't know what smelly bellies are. Are you like bellies that smell? Then no, I don't like them. America's borders are safe tonight. I have to say, the Border Patrol, I watched this show, America's Border Patrol, and the America's Border Patrol does like an excellent job. But I wouldn't want to be crossing, how about this? I wouldn't want to cross America's Border Patrol. I wouldn't want to run across them. So I think I'll stay in my country rather than leave it and try to come back. Yes, I can do a cast without David, but I choose not to. I have too many other things going on in my life. Yeah, I'm sure they are, 618. I mean, the Border Patrol was always more strict than other agencies, especially with, like, marijuana. They're YouTube famous. I don't watch many YouTubers. I probably should. No, I would not, Dan. I am way too modest for that. What's the wall going to be made of? Prison facilities? No, I mean Sorry. Facilities to house people. Snail? Slug? Well, I don't know if Mexico's really going to pay for anything. I think that there's a better chance of us having it built from our prison labor. Yeah, gather all thousands of Walmart people, make them cross the border in Mexico, so Mexico's towns will understand what it feels like. Oh, yeah, maybe. The mortar will consist of dried liberal tears. You know what? Actually, Dog Milk, that is not a bad idea. Not the dried liberal tears, but if we used our America's Third Party saltwater pipeline system, we could make bricks out of salt. And because we have all the salt from desalination, and we could make some walls out of salt. We could make a salt wall. Oh, I would love a piece. It's happy early birthday to me. Thank you for your piece of cake. As long as you baked it, you can have your cake and eat it too. I'm always thinking. I know. I love thinking. It's like my favorite activity. Thinking. I love thinking, and then I like doing math because it involves more thinking. Really, the coyotes like salt that much? I think they'll get sick of too much salt. Oh, thank you, 333. Cake for everyone for Sarah's early happy birthday. It's a time lapse. They're eating the all-you-can-eat pancakes for 5 hours. Oh my goodness. They love it. Oh, and the birds like salt. Oh, good. Well, now I know what to do with the salt. You think thinking makes you think too much? No. Well, how do you stop? You mean who, instead of who do you stop them? How do you stop them is you have ultrasonic sensors. Like, for instance, they use these amazing ultrasonic sensors up in Alaska. We already have the technology because they use it to test for where there is oil so that they know where to dig. And so they can use those to check for not just where there's oil, but where there are tunnels, and we can shut them down. So we just have one of those vehicles drive up and down the border. Does he realize that there are no trees to put nests in down there? Dan, just curious about that. I mean, you'd have to build a facility in order to put a nest, because there's no, like, you can't put a nest in something without a tree. Well, we have, I guess, in the cacti. It's alright. There are many tons of government cheese sitting in warehouses. What doesn't it go bad eventually, or is it just all turning into Parmesan? Saint nectar is used as a tear gas. Whoa. Well, yes, they do go over the walls as well. But eventually, it could be kind of like the Great Wall of China. The Great Wall of the U.S. Oh, the cheese is like Velveeta? Oh, God. Ew. I do like it's weird because I like Velveeta with, like, with macaroni, but like Velveeta in general is not good. No, Dan. You're lucky that I'm showing my face. And somewhere out there is a picture that they claim is me. Showing a stomach. Somewhere out there. I can neither confirm nor deny that that is actually me. Yes, some of them do, because there is the Rio Grande that they have to cross, which is a big river. Yes, thank you. Well, the calendar is still available. It's just like, but the dates on the calendar haven't been updated. There's a video of David and I on YouTube. It's a comical video. I'm sure someone's made comical videos out there of us. No. Fortunately, David has gone to Feline Pine, so he doesn't recycle it like he did the clay. We use a so like Feline Pine, it becomes sawdust. It started out. It's actually, you use the wood pellets for a wood stove, and then when the cat urinates in it, it becomes like a sawdust, and then you can throw the sawdust in like garden areas. But I wouldn't want to throw it in a garden where you're actually going to be growing like fruits and vegetables, but you can throw it in a flower garden and it wouldn't be too bad. Oh yeah, well that's, that's obviously a paste up job. That's called Jib Jab 562. It's not real. No. Well, yeah, well actually the Feline Pine is a much better scent, or it's wood chips, so it's a much better scent, and it does a better job of keeping the urine scent down. But did you make me hot chocolate? Really?
Well, it's not really a lot of hot chocolate. It's kind of a weak blend.
Did you do like a
Ovaltine mix? Yeah.
He did do an Ovaltine mix.
You know it. It has vitamins. Ovaltine does.
I know. I think I gotta work on my tooth.
Okay.
I don't know what I can
I think
do
it looks good.
other than.
Well, have you tried the press-on veneers? You want to try him? I'll bring him in.
No, I don't want to take him out. I don't want to try him.
All right. I bought Sarah bought matching pairs of press-on veneers, and she just doesn't want to wear them because she says they make her look like bigger teeth or something.
Yeah, they go like, I don't know.
Just give it a shot.
Some cats, my cat is so not a mouser. My cat gave a mouse a heart attack one time, but she didn't like actually kill the mouse. The mouse just had a heart attack because it's like, oh my goodness, an actual cat.
A shocking moment: a pickup truck crashes through a bus in New York, hitting passengers who remarkably walk away largely unscathed. Wow. A story that is just, life itself is miraculous.
Past 9 o'clock. That means I'm going to go to bed.
Okay. Warm up
Good
the
night.
room, yeah. Okay, Sarah, shocking moment. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, that'll warm you up, too. Hey there. Ooh. Holy moly! Whoa.
Alright, is everybody alright? Open the door.
Holy moly.
Hold on, just hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Thank you,
Everybody
valued
stay
customer.
still, okay? I can't
The
believe
white
you
zone
did
is
that.
for
Hold on,
loading and
please,
unloading
okay?
passengers only. Are largely unscathed. Look at that. Wild. Various angles, front to rear, rear to front. Here it is, the final moment. He's like, whoa! He saved himself by moving forward. You know that?
Yeah. Did he got out of it?
Apparently he survived. Yeah. Hallelujah. 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 Well, that was awesome. Wow. Good golly, Miss Molly.
Okay, bus driver is not top of my career trip.
You know, if he hadn't made that move, that he would have died.
I have to say, some bus drivers get paid a pretty decent price.
Don't spend more than $2 on your shampoo.
David Nation.
Buy it on sale for 80% off. Okay, Duterte is threatening to make curtains out of bodies of rogue cops that go against his will. Duterte is now going to turn on his own police force, turning the Philippine police force into a farce.
Good night, Andy.
Good night, Andy. It's too bad we didn't get a lot of action over there at Twitch, you know. It's kind of strange.
David, never mind.
Well, we've got 39 people watching us. That's decent.
Absurd. Yeah, I know.
4 people are actually in chat.
Well, 39 people that have viewed it.
Oh, it's viewed it already? Okay.
Maybe. I don't know.
Steve Bannon, he was registered in 2 states, Steve Bannon. The guy who's a right-hand man of Trump.
Andy is watching over at twitch.tv/America Third Party. That's why I said goodnight to Andy.
Let's hit the button.
Yay, Sarah is leaving, thank goodness.
No, really, thank you so much for being a big part of our show tonight.
Thanks for
That's like 2 hours or 3 hours almost. It was like 3 hours of Sarah. This is very unusual, folks. No, really, it's very unusual to have 3 hours of Sarah in the show. We're very fortunate. Apparently, only Amazon Prime accounts can watch ATP over there at Twitch. They've locked it out, so only Amazon Prime can go in there. Can you believe this? They're like monetizing us without us even making any money, and we don't want to make money because this is a free show. Steve Bannon. Hey, you made the cut, Topper Dan. You really like Steve Bannon? You like the fact that he never pursued any investigation into Andrew Breitbart's death after he took over Breitbart.com? Do you like that? Yeah, he never bothered. And it seems that he doesn't want to talk about the dreaded Pizzagate. Yeah, Steve Bannon is on record talking about how he doesn't want anyone to discuss this. He won't let Breitbart talk about it. I live better than a porterhouse lobster. I live on buffet food. One of my sad, but
one by one, family members said goodbye. The emotional farewell before Cynthia Sitabaca was taken to jail.
Did you get it? You tell me. Yeah, you did.
This chilling video testimony was evidence presented in the trial Thursday morning. Prosecutors said Sitabaca shot her son-in-law, Jawad Estacio, back in February of 2014. Sitabaca told investigators she'd been planning his death.
Where did you get that gun? When you bought it.
On the morning of the shooting, Sitabaca said that the two got into an argument about her outfit.
I was getting dressed. He said, you can't go like that because it looks like you're ghetto.
Sitabaca said that the argument was her breaking point. She shot Estacio 15 times that day, stopping to reload twice.
So you shot him twice? Yeah, then he went inside.
In the final moments, Estacio locked himself inside the house, pleading with Sitabaca to spare his life.
Did he say anything to you? Well, Queen, I love you.
I don't really like to play the sound of evil, but that woman is clearly screwed up in the head. Health issues, you think? Yeah. That woman actually just shot her grandson? Based on a simple statement he made about her clothes. Yeah. It's beyond evil. You're looking at the face of evil right there. Completely off the track. You couldn't understand her? Let's play it over again. Well, let's be clear. Repeat performance. Queuing up.
One by one, family members said goodbye. The emotional farewell before Cynthia Sitabaca was taken to jail.
Did he get it? You tell me. Gotta be dead.
This chilling video testimony was evidence presented in the trial Thursday morning. Prosecutors said Sitabaca shot her son-in-law, Jawad Estacio, back in February of 2014. Sitabaca told investigators she'd been planning his death.
Where did you get that gun? When you bought it.
On the morning of the shooting, Sitabaca said that the two got into an argument about her outfit.
I was getting dressed. He said, you can't go like that because it looks like you're ghetto.
Sitabaca said that the argument was her breaking point. She shot Estacio 15 times that day, stopping to reload twice.
So you shot him twice? Yeah, then he went inside.
In the final moments, Eustaquio locked himself inside the house, pleading with Sitabaca to spare his life.
Did he say anything to you? Grandma, I love you.
Sitabaca said she shot through the door and stood over her son-in-law and fired the last rounds.
You shoot until it was empty? Yeah, when it.
Sitabaca told investigators she and her family had endured 13 years of abuse at the hands of Eustaquio.
So mean to me, it's all of them. He's mean to everybody? Yes, he is. They're afraid. They're afraid of him? Yes, they are. So mean to my daughter.
But when pressed for details, Sitabaca couldn't provide any.
Oh, good. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
In the video testimony, Sitabaca was seen celebrating her son-in-law's death, never showing any remorse.
Did you check to see if he was doing it? I didn't care. Would you do it again? Yes.
One by one, family members said goodbye.
Good riddance. Jeez, conjugal visits for the kids. I mean, Grandma is definitely off her rocker. She's a fruitcake with extra nuts. Holy moly, thank you for the copy, New York PD. Yeah, she's mental. These are the words that people in the chat room are saying right now. Kind of like the sick bastards that put together the pizza store that's dedicated to bringing children in, and God knows what else happens, allegedly. Yeah. Why is it the government is afraid to talk about pedophiles in Washington, D.C.? How come our FBI haven't done any work? Okay. David, are you going to run for 2024? No, I told you I would be running all my life. Yeah. I'm a runner, man. Yeah, I plan on getting younger, too. Some of the facial recognition or the facial changes that have already happened in people's faces could lead to a completely new look. Some people say I look a lot like Joan Rivers, and I might just impersonate her as I get older or something. I don't know. At this point, I'm more concerned about getting to the bottom of the truth here and dedicating my life to figuring out why we've got felonies being committed by our president and no one's saying anything. I'm kind of focused on that right now. But having Barack Obama as our fake president for the past 8 years, I'm just bracing myself for what's next. The Illuminati has a lot of things up their sleeve, and that Trump is part of it. But here's Joan Rivers talking about Barack Obama.
To see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
That's definitely a wee-wee. Oh yeah, for sure. And you don't even have to see any nakedness to see it bouncing around there. Who do you think Pence's running mate will be? I think Donald Jr. is going to try to throw his name in the hat. Big Donald, little Donald, that kind of thing. Yeah, Pence and Donald Jr. will run together. They might even have like a fling or something. Who knows? Chicken hawk Republicans tend to flock together. Oh, now you're really... No, one Democrat just said it's a huge clitoris she has. Wow. Unreal. You can't even speak the truth when it's staring at you right in the face. You can't accept the fact that you were an Obama supporter and you voted for Barack, and you can't accept the fact that they lied about Michelle being Michael Robinson. Okay, I can understand your inability to deal with the grief. You're going through denial stages. You're in one of the 7 stages of grief right now. Pretty soon you'll be bargaining, saying, Dave, what do you say we put bygones be bygones, and I join your third party, and we just forget the fact that you voted for Obama. Okay? But no, we have a bigger problem at hand. Obviously we could talk about Obama and Michelle and waste our time. If this connects to Hillary and these people are really in our government, pedophiles, suggested, alleged pedophiles engaged in this behavior, killing children and then eating them, don't you think we have, as a citizenry, have an obligation to protect the children? 50,000 of them. Seriously. The FBI is not pursuing any of these cases. No, we've got circumstantial evidence, but again, this requires top police work here. This can't be done with just, a group of internet people. We're doing our best to keep the message alive, I'm sure, and we'll be playing videos tonight about Pizzagate and a lot of the false flags that have been, trying to create a field of terror for the American people. A lot of people believe the Pulse nightclub shooting was fake. There was only one person at that event, ironically, that had a child, and she's the only person who stepped forward. I mean, this is reeks of fakery. It's just fakery 101. Christine Lenoinen, the woman who appeared in front of all the people at the DNC, spoke publicly. Madison Star Moon has some videos? Good. Cool. Excellent. Oh, that lentil soup is so wonderful. Here she is speaking to the entire Democratic National Committee, in which Hillary was a part of that. Watch this.
It takes about 5 minutes for a church bell to ring 49 times. I know this because last month, my son Christopher, his boyfriend Juan, and 47 others were murdered at a club in Orlando. Christopher was my only child. As I used to tell him,
I'd like to be on Wheel of
you can't do
Fortune.
better than perfect.
I think I'd be a great contestant because I'm a lot of fun and other people would enjoy watching me win or solve or try to solve all the puzzles. I live in Central Florida. I have 2 kittens called Mickey and Minnie, but they're cats. This is the 3rd time I tried to get on Wheel of Fortune. Once I was in Detroit with my son, and he was in a little baby stroller, and I guess I wasn't quick enough at writing all the puzzles down, but I've gotten a lot quicker, and I understand the game more, and it's my favorite game to watch. I DVR it every single night, so I never miss a game.
She just wanted to be famous. Isn't this unbelievable? What people will do, and then they sign these confidentiality agreements, which are binding. If you sign one of these things, you can go to Leavenworth if you go against it. So all these people that are involved in crisis acting are going live, and because they sign these waivers, they're stuck. They get a pressured, like a Jewish, attorney who goes in there and says, "Look at Christine. This is the deal. You signed this document saying you'd be an actress. You got to be an actress." So a lot of these people go in there unwittingly manipulated by these people, and they are fearful that they're going to go to Leavenworth. Read the fine print, Christine. I don't even think she knew what she was getting into. I think a lot of these crisis actors are like forced into doing this. All right, we're going to be talking more about how 5 stores down, or actually 3 stores down from Comet Pizza, is a place called the Pegasus Museum, in which James Alefantis owned that building, and there was an underground kill room at the bottom of it. Hey, hello, David. I'm glad to tune in tonight. Hi, Pilot. Yeah, I'm glad you made it, man. United Healthcare lunch versus Chuck Norris. Whoa. I have a special section I created just for these videos. It's kind of wild.
Don't let...
That sounds like fun. I'll play that in just a second. Chuck Norris. Yeah, there's been a lot of weird things that have happened. There was a kill room that one guy created a video about.
Hi guys, this is Ryan with PizzaGateGear.com. We have a super exciting breakthrough here. As y'all have all seen this video, or this picture right here, we've been working on trying to find the kill room and where it is. And we're 99% sure we know exactly where it is. So guys, I want to look at this picture, and I want you to bring your attention to the circle.
Okay, so to synopsize, he found a room that was actually in pictures and photographs on Instagram that people were bragging about it being a kill room. And he found all the plans and everything that went into it. He had pictures and photographs that were documented with local building departments. And he pieced it all together, and he brought it all out there. And he even identified the location of this place, which allegedly was posted in various magazines as a place where kids were being actually killed. Anyway, to synopsize, we have that video. It was asked to be pulled off of a YouTube by James Alefantis because he claimed he owned property, and it was his property. So he ostensibly validated that it really did exist. Here is the filmmaker that did that video.
Hello guys, this is Ryan with PizzaGateGear.com. I'm the guy who made the Pegasus Museum video yesterday, and I'm also the guy that removed the Pegasus Museum video yesterday. I want to talk to you about why I removed it, and I'm going to explain that now. So what he meant by that is, like, he doesn't I say give me a I thought he was a little bit hipper than him. Search on a hobby, basically. I'll search on a hobby, but that wall is the same wall. Run Plumbing about me is true. Sent me 2 ping pong pens. I called, he said, Ryan? And yeah, and he's like, went into me. But he basically said he was gonna kill me, kill my mom, kill my girlfriend, kill my son. He's gonna sue me. He's gonna send me to prison. All these things. The call lasted about 3 minutes, but it was literally him for 2 minutes berating me, and then I kind of like, I don't know, I didn't know what to do in that situation, but I was kind of like, yeah, I wasn't trying to hurt anybody, you know, I was on the defense, you know.
Okay, so here he is alleging that Alefantis called him and threatened him and said these horrible things to him.
Gonna kill me, kill my mom, kill my girlfriend, kill my son. He's gonna sue me. He's gonna send me to prison.
Yeah.
Red or black?
Red or black? What are you saying?
Roulette.
I can't hear you. What you're saying?
On roulette, red or black?
Oh, your roulette, red or black? Go red.
Okay, cheers.
Yes. Okay, asking me to go red or black. That's pretty funny you should say that. I hope you're not playing online roulette.
I have.
Ah, You could lose your shirt out doing that, man.
It was red. Well done, Dave.
I'm very psychic, but I don't want to be used for the purposes of psychic capabilities and making money in Vegas. Although I, at one time, did feel like I could call cards in blackjack. That was when I was a young man. I've never played blackjack since. But it was kind of amazing when I said, could I have a 2? And a 2 came. It was kind of, you start to wonder, is there a psychic realm out there where you can call cards? Oh, that's Larry Levy. Levy? Levi, like the jeans, Levi. Yeah. We're very fortunate to have Larry Levi here. And I understand you can make a lot of money on Levi buttons, in case some of you are going shopping at various thrift stores. I've been looking for jeans for you-know-who, because somebody's been getting a birthday coming up, and I scored. I went to a thrift store the other day and found 3 beautiful pairs of jeans for $1 a piece. Yeah, don't tell Sarah, though. Okay? Her birthday's coming up in about a week. I found some Calvin Kleins for $1 with all the buttons. Every button is absolutely mint condition. Yeah. And some skinny jeans. She loves skinny jeans. And I found some really cool kind of a Western motif blue jean in the Levi's. Yeah. Very rare. So you can go to a Levi's store, obviously, and pay $50 a pair, but you can go online and find Levi's buttons going for $20, $30 a piece. They're collectible, the old ones. Scissor Fight, aren't you aware of a certain particular letter? Is it a P that you see in the Levi's oldest buttons that are really, really valuable? What do you think of Trump's week? Trump implemented all the ideas I put out, so he was bound to have a good week, Having stolen 15 of my ideas, he's obviously he's on the road to a good start. That's what I think Trump's doing. If he implements the immigration strategy without any plan, like creating an alternative landing pad in Ellis Island or even Plum Island, I think that's still available for sale. Unless he does that, he's going to have a massive immigration crisis at the borders. Still, it'll start this week. But the overturning of the judge of any of his orders is a good sign too. I don't trust the FBI to not investigate Pizzagate. No, I don't trust them. No. In fact, Fingolfin, like I said, James Comey clearly rigged the election against Hillary, and he had all this information on the dossier about the 2 sex tapes on Trump. He had that in his possession for the past 5 months. Clearly, he could have brought that up the same time. He was talking about reopening an investigation into Hillary, which, by the way, he never opened. So because he never opened that and Trump doesn't want to prosecute Hillary, it looks like James Comey is dirty. And that's why I think that this story is being suppressed by the media. That's number one on the agenda. And that the only alternative we have is a political alternative to face this crisis. I'm surprised people are not coming into my Twitch show, so it's pretty obvious that they've already knocked out the IPs over there. We managed to get just a few people in there. 39 views. We got 4 live viewers right now in Twitch, which shows me that very little is going on. Pixelbat says there's a straw poll. Trump, it's called the Trump Bump. It's called the Trump Bump. Stock market up 25%. Okay.
It says you're offline on Twitch.
Oh, really? Now I have 8 people in there.
Have you got a new channel?
No, I'm on Twitch. I'm live, man.
On Cool Rock Live?
No, but look what everyone's getting. Check this out. Guess 827 says, Dave, I've been trying to get on Twitch, but it says FBI blocked. Look at that. I mean, we're talking censorship right in our face here. Yeah. I support all the ideas that I came up with. The ban on refugees was something I was going to implement slowly, not immediately. You see, I never get...
You're broadcasting it.
Huh?
Well, you're broadcasting it on Twitch. I can't see it.
Yeah. I'm going back there and trying to refresh the screen. I just lost it. And I'm still on.
Are you on the Cool Rock Party one?
It shows a pic of the FBI and it says beware. Look at that. 827 just says it shows a pic of the FBI and says beware. So this is clearly censorship by the government on our show.
Wants to post your Twitch link, David.
Yeah, I will. It's on this. It was on the screen for the longest time. There's Joan. Yeah, here it is. It's America Third Party. I'll give it to all of you around the world who can try this again. Let's hit the server really hard. Twitch.tv/America Third Party. It might be an HTTPS link. Let me see. I think it is HTTPS. It reconverted. Okay, good. It goes to a secure server socket link and then opens up for me. So I'm running Prime over there. Yeah. So 1 million around the world don't go to Twitch. It's FBI bait. There you go. So these people are very hesitant to go there. And frankly, it doesn't have guest chat. So there's a real logistical reason why we're not getting a lot of people in there. People are afraid to go.
You need to put it that you're broadcasting to IRL, because at the moment it just says you're broadcasting.
It doesn't have it broadcasting to IRL?
No, it's just broadcasting to no one. There's no place to search for it unless you're already a follower.
She didn't really give it.
You need to open Twitch logged in, scroll down, and it should say playing. But when it says playing, click that and type IRL.
Okay. Scroll down, it says playing. You all friends? No, I don't.
It'll be on your channel page.
Yeah, I don't have the channel page in front of me, so.
I'll log in and tell you.
Yeah, blocking Dave, it's messed up. Yeah, either way. Oh, Topper Dan, yeah. So you like the idea of torture? Topper Dan says I support everything Trump has done so far, and he gave me a lecture on how you should never torture people. I'm going to my channel page. It's
basically,
yeah.
Underneath your broadcast, click edit.
Okay.
And then it'll say streaming, and it'll say search for a game. Just type in there your IRL.
Okay, thank you. Title of broadcast is IRL.
For broadcast, you can name it whatever you like, but for streaming,
okay,
you have to name it IRL.
We'll call it America's Third Party. Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of a difficult process by which Sarah just hooked us up tonight, and we kind of jumped back on the horse. We had another account here for about a year. I used to stream on gaming, but it's been about a year since I streamed. You cannot post stories about Bob here. We don't do the Bob thing. Okay, Twitch has just sent me an email saying I'm fined $10,000 for going to your channel. That's BS. Don't come in here and lie about that too. God, you're such a liar. How can you people wake up in the morning when you lie to your family? You lie like a rug. Yeah, you don't even have a personal profile of your own. You have no ethics. Y'all lying all the time. I mean, seriously, don't come in here and spread rumors. They're not true. So, Topper Dan, you're okay with torture then? I take it. You're signing on torture. Topper Dan on the register here. Topper Dan supports torture. No, you lie. You're getting the same email? I don't believe that either. Yeah, send me a copy of the email at America's Third Party, and let's corroborate this. Let's kick in the Media Verification Alliance. Yeah, send me the email copy of it from your email. Yeah. But not a fine? Well, I want to see it, yeah. Thank you. They're just not saying there's a fine attached to it? If you don't trust the FBI, how can you cite them as a trustworthy source of proof of the Russian hacking scandal? At this point, you've got to believe that the Russian hacking scandal, it's got a life of its own, just like Pizzagate.
Did you manage it, Dave? It doesn't say you're IRL.
Yeah, I haven't clicked it yet. Hang on.
You've jumped up to 18 viewers, though.
Okay. Thank you for help here. Must be Twitch-supported language. It's English. Yeah, I put English in there and I typed IRL. It says must be Twitch-supported language.
Yeah, it said that to me once, so you gotta relog in.
Oh, you kidding, really?
It's a lot of effort. They're fucking annoying.
Oh my god. What a bunch of crap. Okay, whatever. We'll do it again. Do it again! We'll do it live! Okay, now we got some people coming in here. Thank you, guys. We'll do it live! Screw it! Bill O'Reilly said that on a show. It's just the funniest thing. Okay, yeah. Let's do it again. Play it again, Sam. No, it says Twitch must be supported. I refresh too. Okay, let me hit refresh again. Apparently
I
they.
had to log out of the account and then log back in, and I had to verify my email address.
Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah. All right. It gets better. Okay.
I had to give them some DNA samples, swallow my mouth.
DNA samples, swab your mouth. So you support torture, Topper Dan? Topper Dan on the record supporting torture. Wow. Here, I thought you didn't want to torture people. Were you the one who was against waterboarding? Or you're all about the markets? He says our markets are too big to be manipulated on a macro level. Are you unaware of the... Are you unaware of the COMEX, New York Mercantile, and its effect on the gold and silver markets, Topper Dan? I mean, you should be aware of this, acutely aware of it. Vlad, what do you got? It's been a while, man. How you doing? Vlad the Impaler, everybody. Oh, here it is, Bill O'Reilly freaking out.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. Okay, I don't know whatever it is, it's not right on the teleprompter. I don't know what that is. I've never seen that.
No, there is. We are going to do Sting, yeah.
Okay, but yeah, I can't read it. There's no words on it.
Okay.
I'll take a picture of it and tweet it out.
Well, do it live. Fuck it. Do it live.
All right.
When's your autobiography coming out, Dave?
You know, I haven't finished it yet. I work on it every night, but it's taking longer because I'm processing new information constantly. The fact that we've achieved such a huge growth so fast, I've kind of cut back on the... I had to rewrite a few chapters because the structure of it kind of was dated already after just a year. We're changing so fast that it's like I have to keep up with it. So
I'll be honest, I don't really read much, but I definitely read that.
That's cool. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. We hope to have that out by the end of the year. I hope to have it out. Sarah's not helping me on this one. I wrote it the other one with Sarah, so. Okay, title of broadcast, America's Third Party. Party Live. And it's just put IRL in lowercase.
Yeah, it'll suggest it. Just click it when it's suggested.
Okay, and then I hit done. Must be Twitch. It says it again. Must be Twitch supported language. They've locked me out.
Is your email verified?
I don't know. I thought she did. I'll have to ask her. Yeah, but she's sleeping now, so I'm going to have to check the email later.
That's a shame.
Yeah, I don't really want to do it live because we're doing this live. Okay, here we go. We're getting attacked.
Somebody's advertising in your Twitch channel.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. What if I choose a different language? You know?
Could try it.
Like American Sign Language. Hey, it worked. Oh my God.
Hey!
They had a reset button there. Unresponsive script. Reboot. Doot, doot. Entering new purple screen. Hold on. We are about to enter another dimension. The dimension of both... Hang on. This is really happening. I'm rebooting.
Okay, to the millions of viewers watching right now, if you could view bot Dave's Twitch channel so he can get more views, that'd help us.
Yeah, it really would. Okay, we were hit by a spammer who locked up the screen with a multiple hit. It's happened a few times over the years, and we expect that. It's not uncommon. It's not
Chat's unreadable.
Yeah, it's unreadable now. But wait till I get it up and running.
Sensor 17, I wonder who set that up.
I have to close 32 tabs and reboot Firefox. Golden Bear, hi, how you doing? Well, having 651 followers on here is a big step, but notice if we've got 651 followers on here, how come I only have 11 people in my room? Yeah. And you're posting Golden Bear, huh? Okay, thanks for following me. Thanks for following me, Dark Engine. Okay, good. We're making some progress, folks. It's not easy. I got to restore session. Restore all windows. That's the only way I can do it. Okay.
Hey Dave, Bob's watching your show whilst broadcasting on Twitch. I just tuned in.
Yeah, well, we expected that because Bob is tuned into us pretty.
Guy.
You like Bob?
No, he's a fucking asshole.
I was gonna say. I mean, how could it? This is the first time I've ever heard somebody likes him. Well, make no mistake about it. Let's be clear. Okay, let's get back into Bond and see what we got. It's an attack of massive proportion. Let's see if I had a Bond channel over here too. Oh, I do. Yeah, I can command it over there. Okay, let's do this. There we go. All right. Oh no, she didn't sign in as a real person. Ah, that's the problem. She didn't sign in as a real person over there. Let me see if I can refresh it. Believe me, I'd be modding somebody, but this is a definite attack on our show.
You should just mod Scissor with me.
Yeah. Yeah, she never signed in. Dang it. Okay, well, that's too bad. Okay, folks, we're going to be processing this as an attack on our show by Bob's Room. And believe me, this doesn't go unchecked, Bob.
You got to ask yourself, who's funded Bob?
Yeah, you bet. Bob's making some money on the side, I think. You got to wonder, maybe that cash that Mark's bringing in is really helping him. Yeah, maybe he's spreading the wealth and just hiring trolls now to attack us here. Yeah, it's happened before. The thing is, we've had nothing but the worst hassles doing this show back in the old Blog TV days. It was bizarre how we had this ability to go in and Waiting. Thank you. Okay. The processor, even though I've got a 12 gigabyte RAM potential and a processor that's working 1,000 miles a minute, they're pounding this thing out there so fast that they've actually shut down the cache of this computer, and I'm running a virtual an Intel i7 processor, 4th generation, and I'm running very little on this computer, and it literally has been consumed by the page. So I could go back to the Bond main page and just enter through that. Yeah. And once I enter, it should be able to stop them. (10:04). Are you still on with me, Larry? No, we lost you too.
Yeah, I'm still in it.
Okay. It's processing me. We'll see if it gets me in. Huh. Wow. I'm going to try it over here too. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that we've been dealing with for a long, long time. It's not unusual. It's not unusual to be in a chat room. It's not yeah, I used to, I'm one of the fathers of chatting, dating back to 1985. And it was one of the most expensive operations you could, get into back in the day. Let's see if I can get in here. And we'll drop out of this too. Focusing all power at one location. Loading, okay, that's a good start. Hey. It's not unusual. See, they're really pissed because I opened up the other chat room. That's really, it's like payback. You open up another chat room and they immediately go, oh, we really better shut this guy down in every way. So just freeze and turn the entire chat into complete paralysis. Sure.
It definitely seems like that.
Yeah. So I'm going to focus bandwidth on that, dropping and minimizing these screens. You and I are up together. Okay, reload page. There was a crash. Okay. Go to the channel settings. Here we go. Okay. Got it. Ban. Okay. Okay, I'm getting some utilities here. Some control back. Hang on. Okay, we got it. Okay. All right, we're good. We should be up and running now. Thank you. Wasn't too long of a downtime. I'd say 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Gotcha. Okay. I enabled slow on. Okay, I think we got it under control now. Yeah. Yeah, we've had so much support here, from all of our supporters around the world that There's no way anybody can stop this, and anybody trying to ride our coattails. We're not going to even mention the name of the person that just spammed our room, everybody. Yeah. Okay.
He doesn't deserve the airtime.
Dr. Meow, the reigning sociopath who's a KGB, FSB agent, is in here. So we got the Russians camping out in our chat room, and they've been here for 8 years. Go figure. Well, let's be clear. Bob can get lost to the rest of California, Zetterbeard says. Right on, man. My 3 million viewers can't get removed. You don't understand. They're watching me. Yeah. They're watching me on UHF, you brain-dead Trump tard. Thanks, everybody, for watching us. And that experience we just went through is exactly what we used to do back in the old Blog TV days of the early first 4 years of our show, which we have in archive on a remote server in the Netherlands, which is very helpful because it shows me talking about a 1,000-mile fence. It shows me talking about mobile medical units, the same things Trump is claiming are his ideas in relationship to politics. It's unique to this show. And I really want to cut the cost of healthcare. And we also have the seawater pipeline dating back to 2005 when we started it. Trump claimed he had an ocean dome. We have an oceanpipeline.com website we've had for many, many years, way before his ocean dome. So we can prove that. We have all kinds of things. I mean, there's at least 15 ideas now that we're migrating. You know, the whole idea of limiting bills to 100 pages and vetoing anything above 100 pages? Trump just tweeted about that a month ago? And that's my idea from 2009. I came up with that. Or actually 2010, I believe. That's when I came up with that one. So all these ideas are emanating from what appears to be a kind of font of new opportunity. Okay, so I'm just going to do chat over here, and there's got to be a way to do this. We're going to bring the camera over there. No, it won't make it. It'll only go over here. Okay, we're in the White House now. Okay. Let's see how far I can get this thing to stretch. Hello. There you go. There we go. Okay. Well, let's be clear. All operations died on that other camera, so we're just going to go right here and just direct it. Okay, we're good. Now, it's not bad. It's a kind of a rework. We've got a triangular situation here. We can do this. All right. Yeah, we put on slow on to stop you people from doing this, so. Yeah, sorry, Ob. Babs, you've been banned. Yeah, I'm glad you guys came in now because you really needed to enter my new ban list. Yeah, I just started it tonight. Congratulations, you're on it. And you're on the permaban list. No, you can't connect to the UHF. The people that are watching us around the world are actually pretty cool people that, really believe that America needs a change. And they know that by censoring us and coming in here and hating on us, you're only giving me a karmic backlash of great support. I mean, you cannot possibly hold the truth down. And you're trying to do that, and you guys don't realize the more you try to suppress me, the more my word grows. It's like standing on a sponge and expecting not to get wet. Once that sponge, you pull your foot off, the sponge sucks it up, and you're going to get wet again. And every time you come in here and try to promote your crap, there's a karmic backlash. Just like people who come in here and threaten me. Do you really think that's going to go well in your life, karmically? You know what a reverse mojo is? Oh, I don't. I don't know anything about that. I don't do the voodoo that you do when you do. Yeah. If somebody had a personality and didn't attack poor Ed who's dying of cancer, he wouldn't be coming in here attacking our show, would he? You know what I think? I think he's pissed that I'm over there broadcasting in his Twitch. Look, I preceded you on Twitch by about 5 years, buddy. Yeah, Bob. You may have been there for about a month, but dude, It's only because you were kicked off the Vaughn channel for calling Ed out and claiming that you wanted to... No, I don't even want to go into it. You're out of there, buddy. This guy. Imagine somebody being named Bob. Next time they do that, Dave, make a couple of us mods for a bit to help nuke out the engine. I would, Dark Engine, you know. Would you like to be a mod? I don't really need to do that right now. I'm good. No, I'm pretty fast on the trigger here. Yeah, he sure is. And I asked you not to post things here. Are you unable to sprechen Sie Deutsch? Das ist nicht sehr gut. Schnell. Vaughn needs a band. Gamer, did she really show her... Oh my God. She did show her breasts. Thanks for sharing. Can you believe these people? Wow. We need to talk about politics. You guys are often, troll land. Well, let's be clear. I understand Michelle and Barack are no longer with each other. Michelle took off in Richard Branson's private jet, anticipating, I would say she's probably in Madrid right now with that president of Spain that she likes so much. Okay, you're right. I'll turn guest chat off for a while. Good idea. Okay, we got more of a semblance of reality checks here. Yeah, this is not going to last, guys. You can't do this to our show. Sorry. Nice try, but it's not going to last. Well, okie dokie. I'm going to start this browser again. Thank you. Hey, we have a great video lined up for you tonight in 1 minute. The children of China that are being harvested for their organs. If you haven't heard about this, it's the Nielsen Company CCO, it turned out to be a fake category. We're going to ban you too. Yeah. Yeah, you guys don't have anything to say here. We knew you were full of crap when the story about the people of South Korea morphed into people dying, and then all of a sudden the South Korean people who came in here who literally were not dying were verifying that, no, we really do have South Korean viewership, but they're not the people that we think they're dying in the streets. Yeah. And there's what's happening here. Hi there, DJS. What's happening here is that the people that are kind of overwhelmed with the viewership around the world have concocted all these fake stories and fake accounts like the Nielsen guy. And then he acts like he's withdrawing support because my viewership's down. When I've got over 200 million viewers, and that's pretty established. That's amazing. Well, good for you, dude. Okay, so let's get into why I am such an international success. I think it's times to bring this up. We don't have a lot of time left to discuss this, so I think we should talk about my alternate personality. I'm just kidding. The Broke Insane Obama's video, in which I felt a need to stand up for the American people and parody the President Barack Obama at a time when this country was definitely needing a new voice. And because I was kept out of the mix, I had to do the ultimate sacrifice. I had to do something that I'm morally against, and that is impersonating black people. You know, as a dyed-in-the-wool Democrat, I thought, well, I must have freedom of speech, so why would I not be able to do this, considering how do you impersonate a black guy in whiteface? Well, let's be clear. It just doesn't sound the same. The top of the screen is showing over there. Okay. Yeah, welcome, businessman. Hey, long time. We got businessman on the phone, but here you are. Welcome. You happen to catch us in the middle of an attack by another force, so if you guys are having slow on, the reason is I had to stop an attack on our side by an unscrupulous caster. Because he's pissed off I'm over in another room broadcasting and doing the best I can with what I got. It's all I got. Let's see what our casters over there are saying. Bringing in the Twitter account. Hey, say something. David, are you going to run for 2024 if things fall through? No, I am not. Sure. Yet. Thank you. How about that for slowly, carefully navigating a tough subject? Word by word. That's how to think about things when y'all got to think about things. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Golden Bear, scissor fight. Okay, thanks. He used Vegemite. I used Vegemite on my face, yes. It was actually a process of putting Marmite on my face, and I could only do it for about 15 minutes of time, 2 to 5 minutes actually, and then I rinsed it right off. I did 2 3-minute videos in about a 6-minute period. And I don't know if anybody's ever pulled this off, but I ran live right off the top of my head. And let me show you one of those videos right now. Many of you haven't seen them in a while. It's worth looking at. Yep. Okay, Golden is offering his channel up. Okay, Aurelia, some people, yeah, we have a person named Businessman in the room, yeah. You missed this place, like a lot. Good to see that Dave is still doing this consistently. Thank you, man. I know, tell me about it. It's nonstop, Mr. Businessman. I know, wait before you type again. Slow mode is enabled just for the safety of our country. Let me bring you that video from 2008, which I posted for about a week on YouTube, and I got over 1,000 hits a day of pure anger, mostly from Democrats who voted for Barack Obama. So we're going to take a look at that right now. Well, let's be clear. Here's the one recently I made in 2014, and I'll get you the other one queued up.
And I want to say that this is perhaps the most politically correct blackface video ever made in the history of mankind. Thank you. All right, let's go. Let's get ready to boogie.
Scene 1, Apple, take 2. Scene 1, Apple, take 2.
Well, make no mistake about it. Let's be clear. We're going to dance. We're going to boogie. No, hang on. Hang on just a second. All right. I'll take the sunglasses off. Don't worry. Okay. Oh, we're good. Well, let's be clear. All right. Okay. Now, if you're wondering what would make a guy like me do an impersonation video of Barack Obama, I understand that's on a lot of people's minds. Well, number one, I was a Democrat for 30 years. And it doesn't work out too well. As you know, the Democrats are calling me racist on the media and in the foreign press. And I don't believe that I am racist. I think I have the right to impersonate the president. And I've never said a racial slur in my life.
Let's be clear. I'm broke.
So, let's be clear.
Vomits.
I smoked marijuana.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just a black man trying to appeal to your common interest here. I'm trying to say, let's all unite under the one thing that we can all unite about, which is change. Makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, Hitler talked about change. Why can't I talk about change too?
Not broke.
But I'm not broke. I got plenty of cash, and it's growing every day. In fact, someday, I'm going to have so much money, you're going to look back and say, where did he get all that money? He took it from you. He took it from all of you people who think you can vote for a man who can promise you change. Isn't that beautiful? I'm represented by an entire group of rich elitists from Chicago who support my campaign fully. Billionaires have given me money, and you think I'm a common man, because I'm not. Because I'm just telling you I'm a common man because I want your vote.
Yeah. Hey, here we are, guys. Okay, I want to thank Businessman for coming in. Yeah, this is pretty interesting. It's kind of a retro night here on our anti-war rally. He says, thanks to whoever in here was asking about me. I was watching one of Dave's videos from last week, and I heard people mention my name, and I had to jump in for a change. Thanks for keeping me in mind, whoever it was. We had kind of a weird spin because we hadn't heard you on your site, businessman, which is Techwalla, and your Twitter account, Techwalla. So we thought you were gone. You were completely, we were worried about you, man. So yeah, it's good to see you're back. Thank you for coming into the show. It's nice to have a little community here and know that we can all kind of express interest in each other. And even though we've had disagreements in the past, you obviously and I have differed on certain issues, but we're still, talking to each other. It's a good sign. Okay, Vika Sweet, you've been put on the ban list. We don't want you in here posting your mindless German links here. It's not helping us at all. It's good to hear other points. Yeah, thanks. So we don't all agree. Yes, he is Techwalla. He is alive. And a lot of us will go in here and go, yeah, are you okay, man? I'd love to call a show on Monday night and explain what's been up, why the hiatus, why the anti-social media mindset. Well, absolutely, yeah. I totally get it. I want to know more about your story and directly from you on Monday night. Conspiracy Monday would be a good time for you to call in, businessman, because your story is really compelling. Yeah, very compelling. It's interesting what you've been going through, and you have a very unique position because you're from Chicago. And there's nothing more important than talking about the problems in Chicago, too, right now. Donald Trump is actually threatening to use the National Guard in Chicago, believe it or not. So we could talk about how crazy it is for you living there. Last year, if you don't know, last year over 340 people died, more than the year before. There were 1,250 some odd more shootings than the year before, 2015. So, I mean, we're seeing Chicago light up with all kinds of violence and no leadership from Barack Obama on issues of police brutality, racial profiling. So we're going to see, hopefully, that Trump can do something substantive as opposed to bringing the National Guard in to create the scenario for martial law, which is obviously what they're angling at, by letting it turn into a mess without any leadership. When Obama didn't put any leadership in the Chicago situation, even instigate police sensitivity training, for instance, he kind of dropped the ball. Trump is not doing a damn thing to stop brutality. So the people are actually, really, really angry, and they're not getting anywhere, and it creates the milieu of anger and violence, which, along with gang turf wars that are going on in Chicago, makes it a tinderbox for violence. So, yeah, it's like a combat zone, but honestly, I wouldn't lock it down. Frankly, you're going to be creating this scenario. Frankenstein, he's a reactionary. He's a Trump supporter in our room. He actually thinks that clamping it down would help, but reactionaries would only trigger martial law, which is exactly what the elitists want. Yeah, you're going to talk about Monday. You'll talk about the problems in Chicago, the corruption, your Freemason ties, absolutely, and how it's affected you. Your return trip to Europe after 25 years. Yeah, cool. That'll be great. Wow. And businessman has an incredible background. He's actually a dual citizen. That's going to be a very interesting discussion. Has a history dating back to Poland. So that'll be very interesting to talk all about that. That's great. So you're not a Trump supporter. Oh, really? Okay. You're a reactionary. You're even farther to the right than Trump. Whatever. Hey, yeah, I guess we could talk about whatever you want. Cool. So here's that video. This is the most terrific video I've seen all year long. And I thought, what a perfect time to play it on an anti-war rally. We're dealing with child exploitation around the world, not just at Comet Pizza, allegedly. The possibilities of it going on outside of D.C. and, of course, Boys Town, Nebraska, and all these places that we've known for sure that pedophiles have been lingering. But Hollywood, there's a lot of evidence that Hollywood may be exploiting children and getting away with it. But this is the most horrific thing I've ever seen. And that is kids being kidnapped for their organs. Now, I'm going to set the chat up for later tonight. We'll be doing videos all the way into the evening. So I want to, invite all of you to to come in and watch and share with your fellow chatters your points of view. And I'm sure you might get more viewership than if you were on Huffington Post or Politico, where nothing gets read on the long blog rolls that nobody ever reads. At least you get read on the fly in this show. So welcome to our show. You get lots of weird stuff going on in the world right now. And this has got to be the most horrific thing I've ever seen. It's like a nightmare. And kids being literally put in sleeping bags or body bags and being harvested, the organs out of their bodies, and then thrown into dumpsters. Right. This is allegedly happening in China. I don't know for sure where. I have no idea where this... Yeah, I'm going to play it. It's going to shock the living daylights out of all of you, and maybe you'll realize that we have a problem, folks. When I say that 50,000 kids in America are missing every year, this is not some light thing I'm talking about. When I bring Pizzagate into our show, it's not some light issue. We're trying to carry the ball of what the FBI should be doing and investigating these people and finding out what's at the bottom of this. I got it. You just want anyone to exact revenge on your liberal abusers. You're just very angry that Barack Obama lied to you for the past 8 years. I get it, man. I can relate. So Michelle Obama has left Palm Springs for British Virgin Islands. Yes, we got that story. We talked about it the other day. She went on a special plane sent to her by Richard Branson. All right, cool. And then we have a lot of videos playing all the way into the evening. I'm going to be doing a few things here and there, but I'll be back in and out all the night long till 2 in the morning. I do this every night, and we're taking tomorrow off. Sunday is a day of rest. So we'll sign off to all of you now on YouTube. We're going to play this off the show, so hopefully people on YouTube won't be too offended. But yeah, it's just horrible. Absolutely horrible. Okay, good night, YouTubers. Thanks for coming in. We'll be seeing you later. Take care. Okay. Here it is.
洗机的事。
Okay, what we're watching here is the Rio Olympics. This is what we didn't see. Okay, you want to call it 5:30? Okay, we'll be in. That'll be the pre-show. It will not be recorded on the YouTube site until 6 o'clock, businessman. Yeah. So we don't kick in a recording till 6. So if you call in at 5:30, you won't be in the recorded session. So you can talk for 30 minutes unrecorded, which is fine. If you want to come in during the recorded session, come in at 6:30 my time. Yeah, that'd be better. If you want to be recorded. Yep, we record onto YouTube every night. We also make a personal copy of our whole show on our hard drive, but that's just for personal copy. We've been doing it for 8 years, and then we upload to a remote server in the Netherlands. Yeah, some guy who doesn't speak English. All right, so this is the video that many of us didn't see of the what behind the scenes in Rio when people were trying to go around looking for shopping. The government made it seem like everything was wonderful, hunky-dory, but in reality, the people were afraid for their lives when they went into the streets of Rio de Janeiro.
Olha lá, assaltando. Assaltou a mulher. Assaltou a mulher. Tomou da mulher. Ali no sinal, olha lá. Ó, ó.
Yeah, I've got a little thing going on here. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that this is an ongoing process where we I know you do that every 5 minutes. Okay, we'll catch you back in just a bit. Well, Frankenstein, if you think it's a joke to talk about child sacrifice and the 50,000 kids that are missing in America, then you really came to the wrong room here. We don't joke about that stuff, like we don't joke about the arming up of our government and how they're planning a martial law, which you seem to be in favor of. Unless you haven't thought this through, because it sure seems like you haven't thought this through. Yeah. I'd love for all of you to recognize what the government's trying to do by destabilizing our country. We're being used and manipulated by the New World Order and turned into a kind of a stool pigeon for globalists who are trying to use our country. Now, Jeffrey Epstein was just charged with another possible rape charge, and he's got a black book in which Donald Trump, this guy right here, he's number one on the list of people that called Jeffrey Epstein for years and invited him to Yeah, the Miralanda, whatever. Miramar, no. Press if you want Muslims. What? We don't know. We want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein because it is an issue of Pizzagate importance. But right now I got to trim the ship, so. Yeah, I'm running at major lockup speed. For some reason, my computer is still functioning as though we were still under attack. It's like, it's almost comatose. Yeah. This is not exactly what we had intended tonight. Hang on. You want to read about our plan for America, you can certainly go to Hybrid Capitalism. It's a book at americasthirdparty.com in the store, in case you want to check it out. Well, let's be clear. Okay. Pizza Hut Gate. Now, so you think it's funny? You think little kids being killed, or it's funny to talk about that? Wow. Immature much? If you're still on Twitch, you could try XSplit instead of OBS. We are using XSplit. Yeah, we're on Twitch right now. I've got a Twitch chat room over here. If you want, I could read it. Yeah. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, Scissor Fight has Madison Star Moon, the ISIS thing. Fox reports, yeah. I wish I could play this on this site. Unfortunately, Twitch is coming through another chat room. Yeah, so let me post these links again. Hang on. I have to open up this chat room over here. That was definitely on my agenda. I'm trying to bring this this show back from a fatal crash. It's slowly recouping. It's like regaining itself. The computer was completely destabilized, though, by the attack. Well, I don't want to ban Super Dave because he kind of, he's in a different color, so he kind of goes off and talks to himself most of the time. Thank you. Okay, post the Twitch link. Sure. Let me get it in there. Hang on. Yeah, I guess we're going through a little growing pain because we've been trying to get ahead of Echelon and their shutdown of our entire show. People have been getting at the Twitch location FBI warnings, which is completely illegal because there's no FBI problem here. I'll turn off slow mode in a second. You gotta understand, these guys are ready to pounce again anytime. Super Dave doesn't have to be. You think it's the NSA, Topper Dan? Okay. Well, that is exactly what Echelon is. Boy, you really are kind of coming along there, Topper Dan. Topper Dan for a win, man. Starting to come around. Yeah. It takes people a long time. It's not something that happens every day. Awareness is not something that's easy. Easy come, easy go. Yeah, it won't even go in the chat room in there. It's still locked up. So I have the option of getting these videos up and running through another chat room on another signal. So what I'm going to do is go over here, Google it. Yeah, I'm going to go over here and see how I'm going to stretch the limit here. Yeah, I haven't done this before, but I'm going to try it anyway. I'm going to now switch to, let me prep this, hang on. Yeah, I'll just do that camera. All right. Yeah, I actually have to reboot this whole computer, so I'm going to go to my backup camera. I'm going off of this show over here and onto the other show. Here we go. Refresh in just a second, and oh, I'm still on YouTube Live. Wow, okay. YouTube Live just saw some pretty intense video. Okay, guys, I am signing off for real this time over at our YouTube Live show. I want to say good night to all of you who have come in to our recorded broadcast. We will be back again every day at 5 p.m., except for Sundays. So tomorrow we take a break. We'll be back the next day. Monday, Conspiracy Monday, with a really good interview with a businessman, a guy who's gone through a tremendous amount, and we're going to get his real-time story about his life in Chicago and overseas. He's had one heck of a past 3 months that we were wondering what happened to him. So we'll hear that on Monday. Thank you so much for coming in, businessman. I appreciate that. Yep, we're going to reboot this whole thing. Signing off into the oblivion. Good night, everybody.